Thank you so much. Good afternoon all. My name is Pradeep and we'll be discussing modern Indian history. Okay. So I hope that none of you are total freshers to the subject. I hope like you know the basics of the subject because like we'll not be able to start and do it from the scratch in 28 or 30 hours or so. Okay. So the general intent of the class is, let me give it to you, the broad outlay of it. Okay. First thing, it is going to be a rapid revision of all the basics of modern India. Not audible. Secondly, will be adding value to your content through some elements which are very relevant for the prelims, but which we usually tend to neglect, or which are the facts that are not usually found in the mainstream materials. There are a lot of such facts, okay, so which might be very handy for the prelims. So we'll be adding value to your existing knowledge base. That is one thing, and we'll also be solving some MCQs on real time basis. As and when the things come up, I'll ask you to solve some MCQs. Okay, I'll give you the options. I'll ask you to solve the MCQs, and then there are a lot of historical personalities and events that are very relevant for the prelims. Okay, usually the UPSC is driven by the anniversaries, birth anniversaries, or 125th, 100th, or some anniversaries of the historical events. So we are going to discuss that also, the personalities and events that assume importance. Some personalities in news for various reasons. Let's say, for example, like last year, Periyar statue was vandalized in Tamil Nadu, and Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar statue was vandalized in West Bengal. Fine. So those kind of things, the historical personalities who are in news, their birth anniversaries or any events, 100th anniversary, something like that, we'll try to cover it up. Okay. And then lastly, we will be solving the PYQs. The PYQs. Okay. So we have two options to solve PYQs. One, technically after every topic is completed, we will take up the PYQs, or if you wish to, we can take it up all together and try to solve it. Once you revise it, and then we will try to solve it. It's up to you. We will decide it democratically in the class itself, whether to take it up after every topic or whether to deal with it towards the end of discussion. Okay. So these four things will be our targets during the next 28 to 30 hours of our discussion. Okay. So, and with regard to these two things, if you have any additional point or content, you are free to share with it. So I will be discussing about some personalities or events. If you feel like some event or some person is important due to so and so reason, you can message me on my Telegram ID, and you can ask me to brief about that personality or event, like lay extra emphasis on that thing. Okay. So we can also do this. So this current affairs related things, we'll be doing it in the last class, last session, last 2 hours. So the persons, personalities, events, everything. Okay. So any other thing do you want me to add? Okay. Are you able to hear now? Voice is clear. Okay, fine. That's all. Shall we start? How many of you are not the students of OGP? Okay. I know, like, I don't look like a faculty, but I am one. So don't worry, you are in safe hands. Okay. So let's get started. Firstly, see, I hope you know the allocation of the weightage in the prelims. So broad themes, I will classify it so that we can pay due emphasis to every topic or theme. Okay. Firstly, you all know national movement or freedom movement is one very important thing, from where numerous questions are going to be asked. Secondly, British policies, and nowadays the main emphasis is on the economic policies. The economic policies. Okay. Earlier they used to emphasize on their educational policies, all those things. But now the main emphasis is on the economic policies of Britishers. Okay. This is one very important theme. And then since last 3 to 4 years, one theme has become important, and this is the only theme which continued even in 2023, the disastrous prelims. Even in this 2023 prelims, this theme continued, and that theme was advent of Europeans. So where was their first factory? With whom did they fight the war to establish establish a factory in a particular area? Who was the ruler of that area? That kind of things, the factual things. So I have summarized them into handout. I will be sharing them with you, and I will be giving you the broad story or outline of the wars so that you can remember it effectively. Okay, we will be charting them in the form of a table so that it will help you in the revisions. Okay, and then the socio-religious reform movements. Socio-religious reform movements. Here broadly they will talk to you about, they will test your knowledge about. One is women, another one is depressed classes, the organizations, the policies, the important cases. Have you heard of Rakhmabai case?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The case which created a lot of ripples among various institutions, because nobody had any idea about who Rakhmabai was. So that was a sensation, Rakhmabai. So such out of box things are prone to happen. Okay, so we'll also discuss what to do with such kind of questions whenever there are some out of box kind of questions. Okay, so lastly, the tribal and peasant uprisings. Okay, and there is one more thing, sorry. The constitutional developments. Again, this is one constantly performing theme. Fine. So the Regulating Act 1773 to Indian Independence Act 1947. These constitutional developments, it is also one very important theme. Okay. So many of you are just trying to memorize the features of these constitutional developments. I'll help you to develop an organic way in which you can remember all these things, starting from the Act of 1861, 1892, 1909, 1919, 1935. So I'll help you to develop an organic way to remember all these things. You will not be confused. I assure you that you will be able to remember it effectively with crystal clear clarity. Okay, and one very important thing to get that clarity is you will have to walk along with me, and whenever I ask you to read certain things, you will have to read it. Fine. This is not going to be a one-way class where I will be delivering certain things and you will be just listening passively. It's not like that. At the end of the day, I am going to give you certain assignments. You will have to do it. So that will be kind of preparation for the upcoming class. Okay, you will be able to assimilate things and you will be able to get more clarity if you do the assignments. Okay, so shall we get started? What's OGP? Okay, it's our foundation course. Okay. So now is it clear whatever I told? Okay, so these are the broad themes from where the questions are going to come up. So earlier lot of weightage on this and less weightage on other things, but now UPSC is trying to balance it out. They are giving more emphasis on the topics that were traditionally neglected by the aspirants, like say advent of Europeans. So it was traditionally very much neglected. So they started asking questions constantly from this. So this is one area, and also socio-religious reform movements. So they were broadly referring to some organizations and some reformers. We were not going into, we are not going deeper into that. So with regard to women, when was the women given the voting rights? Who is Rakmabai? So the conjugal rights issue. So all these things they started asking. They started delving deeper into these things, and even they started asking about some less known organizations, less known literature. Fine, Vittal Vidvamsak, who wrote it, the persons and the organizations associated with them. So all these things they started asking. Okay, so because this was the traditionally neglected area by the aspirants, so they started asking these things also. So now we have reached certain point where we'll have to read almost everything with equal emphasis, but still there are some areas which has been not very important from the prelims perspective. We can ignore it. Fine. So it is all about prioritization. I'm not asking you to neglect something. Okay, you'll have to prioritize. So whichever topic that is very important, we'll give it primary importance. Whichever topic has not been asked in last 3-4 years or the trend is discontinued, we'll give it secondary importance. And UPSC will not ask you like which war was fought between whom, which treaty was signed after this war. Those things they are not asked, but there are chances of asking. There are chances that UPSC might start a new trend. Therefore, we'll give it tertiary importance. Fine. And there are certain miscellaneous topics which will be giving the tertiary importance. But there are certain things which are important, which will be giving the primary importance. Okay. So the first thing what we'll be doing is I'll let you know the sequence in which we are going to cover the topics. First, we'll be taking up the freedom movement. Okay, starting from the pre-Congress political organizations till 1947, we'll be dealing it as one theme. Okay, it will take around 3.5 classes to complete these things. And secondly, we'll be taking up constitutional development along with the freedom movement only. Okay, you cannot separate both from each other. So we'll be covering this as well, and we'll be covering it as the third topic. This will be the fourth and the fifth topic. This I'll give it to you in the form of handouts. Okay, so I'll brief you and I'll give it to you in the form of handouts, because it is all about memorization. Where they established first factory, where they established second factory. So you'll have to just read it multiple times and assimilate it. That's all. Okay, and I'll also be giving you a lot of value addition handouts, like all the mass movements in a tabular format. So what were its features, why it started, what was the outcome. Fine. So all those things, starting from Swadeshi movement, HRL, NCM, CDM, Quit India movement, one handout. Fine. The constitutional developments in one handout. The important viceroys and their policies in one handout. And there is one very important thing, the social legislations in India introduced by the Britishers. So that is one neglected aspect. So UPS has not asked question about slavery. They have asked about the conjugal rights of women. They have asked about the untouchability. They have asked about the widow remarriage. They have asked about sati. They have talked about female infanticide. But one area they are yet to ask is slavery. Slavery was very much prevalent in India. Fine. So Britishers introduced a lot of regulations to abolish slavery as well. So that is one grey area. Okay. So likewise, there are a lot of things which are yet to be asked. They are like the potential questions. We'll also be touching upon those things. Okay. So there are multiple handouts. One handout is about the important newspapers and their editors. One handout about important organizations. One handout about important viceroys and important commissions. One handout about different acts and policies introduced by the Britishers in India. Fine. So you have heard about various acts: Rowlatt Act, Indian Forest Act, Trade Disputes Act, Public Safety Act. So a lot of acts that were introduced by Britishers in India, we'll be dealing with all of them. Defence India Act, Seditious Meetings Act, Criminal Law Amendment Act. Fine. So a lot of acts were introduced. So these things, see, and now the nature of the prelims has changed. It is not about the questions, but it is about the options. If you have to eliminate, see, now earlier you had the possibility of, let's say, for example, there was statement 1, 2, 3, 4, and the options used to be like this: 1 and 2 only, 2 and 3 only, 3 and 4 only. If you eliminate one option confidently, one statement confidently, at least you had 50% chances of arriving at the right answer. Now this possibility itself is eliminated. Now whatever knowledge you have to be very sure about it, you have to be very confident about it. Fine, you have to be very accurate, or else you will not be able to mark it. It will lead to negative marking. So that is the reason, whatever we know, we need to know it perfectly. So half knowledge is like again going to fetch you a negative mark, because half knowledge will make you confidence in the pressure of the examination, and you will end up becoming adventurous, marking the things that you are not very sure about. Fine. So that is going to be a problem. So whatever we are going to cover, we are going to cover with complete conviction and the holistic coverage. Okay. So do not throw away the handouts. Fine. Do not throw away the handouts, because there are a lot of factual things. Fine. There are a lot of factual things which are condensed into the form of handouts. Just like I told you, the important acts and policies, you don't get it anywhere at one place. Fine. The comparison between various mass movements. So all these things you don't get it anywhere. The social legislations. So that is the reason. Don't throw it away. Okay. Read it. After every class you are supposed to read the handouts. Okay. So there will be a lot of factual information, and the sad thing about facts is, to remember it you will have to read it multiple times, or else things will get messed up, you will end up getting confused. So you have to read it multiple times. So make sure, make it a part of your routine that every day after the class you will revise the class notes, and you will also read the handouts given. Even before coming to class, read the handouts again, read the class notes again, then come to class. Because every lecture will be continuation of the previous lecture. Fine. These are not the things of isolation. Today we dealt one topic. Tomorrow we are going to deal a totally separate topic or different topic. It's not like that. It's a continuation. Okay. So everything is interlinked to each other. So to get the complete view of it or the holistic view of it, you'll have to give multiple revisions. Without multiple revisions, never expect yourself to be confident. Never expect yourself to gain the clarity required to eliminate the options. Never expect yourself to get that confidence. Okay. So if you want clarity, if you want completeness, if you want confidence, you have to revise. There is no substitute to revisions. More you revise, more clarity you are going to get. Fine. So do revise before and after the class. Okay. Shall we start? Okay. So today, I think it is going to be a short lecture, for 3.5 hours, not more than that. Okay. Up to 7 or 7:30. That's all. Why? What happened? It is not short. Oh, okay. What is your perception about short lecture? 2 hours. Oh my God. So I am very sorry. My perception of short lecture is about if it is less than 5 hours, I call it a short lecture. Fine. So see, we have to cover the themes. Fine. So one theme together, that will give you the clarity. If you learn things in bits and pieces, again you have to fit in the pieces to wherever it belongs, and then that will take a lot of time. Okay. You have to cover things holistically, so we need some time, quality time together. Okay. But at the end of Friday, I can assure you, you'll be let's say, you'll be much more confident about modern Indian history. Okay. So this I can assure you. Fine. I'm not going to say that I'm going to cover all possible things that UPSC might ask and all these extravagant, flowery promises. I'm not going to give. No matter how much ever you study, whatever content you read, whatever sources you refer to, UPSC will come up with 1 or 2 surprises. Fine. 1 or 2 surprises is bound to be there in the question paper, like Rakma Bai, songs from the prison. So those things are going to come. Those things are going to happen. They are bound to happen. But you should not run behind such things. Fine. Because how many questions are there? 100. What is the cutoff? Let's say broadly 90. 90. So how many right answers you need? 45. Fine. So you have to choose your areas. Don't run behind everything. Running behind everything will just damage your chances of clearing this examination. Have clarity. There are like at least 30 to 35 low hanging fruits which every aspirant would know. Make sure you have got 100% accuracy with such questions. And there will be another like 20-30 questions which you will be able to correlate, deduce, arrive at the answer through some or the other means. Answer them. Fine. More number of questions you are going to answer, more negative marking, because now you know the nature of the options they have given. You need to be very sure. You need to be very sure, or else you will go wrong. So, being very adventurous is not very good. It will just hurt your prospectives of clearing the prelims. Okay. So, kindly dictate us. What to dictate? Did I ask you to write down anything? No. You can write down as and when I say. Okay. So, what about PDF of handouts? It will be uploaded on our official Telegram channel. Fine. Insights, tips and guidance. One channel is there. So, there it will be uploaded. You can refer to it. Okay. I don't know whether it is uploaded today, and during the break I will ask them to upload. Anyhow, like I will ask you to refer the handouts after the class only. In class I will not be referring to any handouts and I will not be discussing from the handouts. Okay. So, today there is no need to panic or worry. From tomorrow onwards it will be uploaded before the class only. Okay. So, what is it? Oh, PDF is very important. Okay. I'll just give the PDF. Okay, fine. What happened, gentlemen? Nothing. Okay. If there is anything amusing, feel free to share it with me, and I'll be happy to laugh along with you. Fine. Shall we start? Okay. This is the third time I am asking, I think. It usually happens. Like, I have this tendency of getting carried away. Okay. So, as and when you think I am getting carried away, some of you take the initiative to remind me that
You also get carried away.
you also get carried away. Okay, then it is going to be a problem. Where is the offline classes? Bada Bazaar Road, inside IAS headquarters, Delhi. Okay. Now, let us take up the topic of pre-Congress political organizations. Pre-Congress political organizations. Okay. So, there won't be any dictation. You will have to write down as and when I speak. And I hope you already have a quality notes of these things. So, this is going to be a kind of a rapid revision. Okay. So, Bangabhasha Prakashika Sabha. It's a very important pre-Congress political organization. So, who was the founders? Bangabhasha Sabha or Bangabhasha Prakashika Sabha. When was it founded? 1836. Okay. It was founded by the associates of Rajaram Mohan Roy. The associates or friends of Rajaram Mohan Roy. Okay. After he passed away, to continue the political discourse, they started this organization, Bangabhasha Prakashika Sabha. And what was the objective of this organization? See, for every organization we will be discussing the year of formation, the objectives and the important founders. Okay. So, what was the objective? Any idea? No, gentlemen. The name itself. Bangabhasha means Bengali. Prakashika means publicize, popularize. So, it was meant to popularize or promote the education and literature in Bengali language. The name itself is clearly indicating the objective of this organization. Promote and popularize education and literature in Bengali language. Okay. Who are the founders? Very good. Dwarkanath Tagore. And then Gauri Shankar Bhattacharya. Very good. Prasanna Kumar Thakur. Dwarkanath Tagore, Gauri Shankar Bhattacharya, Prasanna Kumar Thakur. Do you know who is Dwarkanath Tagore? Grandfather of Rabindranath Tagore. He is one of the early industrialists of India. He was a capitalist even during the British regime. One of the early industrialists of India. He is the first Indian. He is the first Indian to get the lease of a coal mine. First Indian to get the lease of a coal mine. Raniganj region. Raniganj region. Okay. And he was the founder of Union Bank of Calcutta. Even today we have it. Fine. Union Bank of Calcutta. Okay. Dwarkanath Tagore, grandfather of Rabindranath Tagore, founder of Union Bank of Calcutta, and also one of the first owners of coal block in India. Okay, Raniganj. During British times only he was the owner of coal block. It indicates how much wealthier he was and how much influential he was. Understood? At that period of racial supremacy propagated by the Britishers, he was on par with Britishers. I mean, Britishers treated him with a lot of respect. It means how influential and wealthier he was. Okay. So Dwarkanath Tagore is an important person. There is a possibility of like giving one or two statements about him and asking you to verify the veracity of the statements. Therefore, this content is enough. Even if you read his Wikipedia page and many other sources, it will come out to, it will boil out to these many points. Okay. So I am doing this like what do you call the basic R&D for you, don't worry. So the second organization, what is it? Landholders Society or Zamindari Association. Which year? 38. Okay, 38. So who are the founders? Yes, Dwarkanath Tagore, and then there was one more person called as yes, Raja Radhakant Deb. Raja Radhakant Deb. Okay. So Radhakant Deb, read on few points about him. He was the founder of Dharma Sabha. He was the founder of Dharma Sabha. Fine. So Rajaram Mohan Roy, he founded which organization? Brahmo Samaj or Brahmo Sabha. So what was the one of the main contribution of Brahmo Samaj to Indian society? Main contribution? Abolition of Sati. Okay. So the Dharma Sabha of Raja Radhakant Deb, it advocated Sati. They told Britishers should not abolish the practice of Sati. They organized a counter campaign. They collected signatures, submitted it to Britishers. They told, do not abolish Sati. Fine. Rajaram Mohan Roy was striving to get it abolished, and this person was striving to keep it intact. Okay. And then, right on, he was the advocate of female education, and also modern Western education. Female education. See, if you read the first 2 points together, he advocated he organized a counter campaign against Sati, and second statement they'll give you as he was a proponent of women education or female education, what will you feel? Contradictory. And the famous elimination tricks of various YouTubers, it will ask you to eliminate either of them. They will say either of them is correct. If two statements are contradictory, either of them is correct. And UPSC also knows these elimination tricks. So what they will do, they'll frame the statements in such a way you will fall into their trap. So that is the reason, until and unless, see, knowledge is the first thing. After knowledge comes these tricks. Fine. So on the face of it, do not decide whether it is, blindly do not decide whether it is correct or wrong. Okay. So there are certain exceptions which I want you to know. I'll be letting them, I'll be telling them to you. So you have to make note of them so that you don't go wrong with such simple things. Okay. Right on. Next point. He was the founder of Calcutta School Book Society. Along with Calcutta School Book Society, along with David Hare. Fine. He is not David Hare, he is David Hare. Okay. Understood. So who is David Hare? Any idea?
He was presided the Congress.
No, gentlemen. Yes, he was the founder of Hindu College of Calcutta. Right on. David Hare, in bracket, founder of Hindu College at Calcutta. Okay. And then about Radhakant Dev only, please write down. He was also the founding member of Bengal British India Society. Bengal. That brings us to third organization. Bengal British India Society. Any idea which year it was established? 43. And then British Indian Association, 1851. British Indian Association, 1851. British Indian Association, 1851. Okay. So there was one question in 2013 or 14 prelims. Which were the following organizations were established by Raja Radhakant Dev? There is one question. Okay. So find that question, read about it. Organization established by Raja Radhakant Dev. Calcutta Tabernacle Society, there were three options, read about it. Okay. Organization established by Raja Radhakant Dev. So now we are still in the Landholder Society only. What was the objective of this Landholder Society? To protect the class interest. Fine. To protect the class interest. Which class they belong to? Zamindars, the landholders. And one more very important thing is, they demanded the Britishers to expand the zamindari system. There was land under other revenue policies also, like Rayatwari, Mahalwari and all. They demanded Britishers, sir, please introduce zamindari system in as many areas as possible. Expand the reach and the spread of zamindari system. That was one of their main demand. And they also made a case for demanding the representation, demanding the political representation. Because if at all representation is to be given to Indians, who will Britishers choose or prioritize? Loyalists, the wealthy, influential loyalists. And who are they? Zamindars. Understood? So they made a case for demanding the political representation from the Britishers. Okay? Because they had a vision or idea that If at all Britishers give the representation, they will give it to the loyalists. And who comes first in that case? It is these Indians, Zamindars, the wealthy, powerful and influential Indians. So they thought they are going to get the membership. So therefore they demanded. Okay. Now let us move on to, Landholder Society. There are two important founders, Dwarkanath Tagore and Raja Radhakant Deb. So we know about both of them. Okay. Now let us move on to the third important organization, Bengal British India Society. Bengal British India Society. Again, two important founders, Dwarkanath Tagore, Raja Radhakant Deb. We know about both of them. Bengal British India Society. Okay. So any idea what was their objective? Any idea what was their objective? First thing, spreading the information regarding the true conditions of India, information dissemination. Fine. Spreading the information regarding the true conditions of India, so that the British policy makers, the British parliamentarians, the officials, they are able to make policies in line with the true conditions of India. Okay. Getting to know the true condition is the baseline, it is the basis for formulating the policies of development. So if you don't know what is the true condition, you will not be able to design a better policy. So first thing, information dissemination. Second thing, it's a very important thing, to instill the qualities of good citizenry among Indians. To instill the qualities of good citizenry among Indians. What is good citizenry? Yes. Yes, they wanted us to be loyal to British. Good citizen according to them is one who is loyal to British. And there are two other Britishers who were associated with Bengal British India Society. Any idea who they were? George Thompson and then William Adams. George Thompson and William Adams. Two Britishers associated with Bengal British India Society. See, two Bengalis. One is Dwarkanath Tagore, Raja Radhakant Deb, and two Britishers, George Thompson and William Adams, together founded this organization. Okay. So now, both these organizations, 2 and 3, they merged together. Zamindari Association and Bengal British India Society, they merged together to form British Indian Association. British Indian Association. Okay. So now, who are the founders? Now there is a new person. Devendranath Tagore. Devendranath Tagore. And who is the president of this organization? Any idea? Yes, Raja Radhakant Deb. Radhakant Deb was the president of this organization. Fine. And those Britishers, they served as secretaries. George Thompson and William Adams, they served as secretaries. Okay. Another prominent figure in this organization was Devendranath Tagore. Fine. So what was the objective or rationale of establishing this organization? No. Now they are changing with the times. Earlier they came together to protect their class interest, but now just since they wanted to protect their caste interest, their class interest, people were not enthusiastic in supporting them. They did not even get the support of the educated Indians, because they had a parochial view, a limited view of protecting their class, zamindari interest. So he did not get the support of the educated Indians, other educated Indians, let alone the common masses. Even the educated Indians did not support it. Therefore, they thought that we have to evolve or change with the times. So what they did? They broadened their objectives. Fine. They included a lot of other people who were pretty famous, like Debendranath Tagore, because Debendranath Tagore was the kind of successor of Rajaram Mohan Roy in terms of Brahmo Samaj. Fine. He was a very popular figure in Bengal region. They also associated him with this organization because they thought bringing Debendranath Tagore will bring a lot of following into this organization. So if you have following, if you have support, there are more chances of Britishers accepting your demands, taking you more seriously. If you have a limited support base, they might not take you very seriously. Your demands might not be fulfilled. So they wanted a popular figure. Further, they associated Debendranath Tagore. He was a very popular figure in Bengal at that time. Okay. So first assignment, Debendranath Tagore. Find out about him. I know I will forget, but still. Tomorrow I will give you the handout about this. But I want you to find out. Okay. Debendranath Tagore. So 4 to 5 points, not more than that. Okay. So now, what might be the objective of this organization? Representation. Political representation for Indians. Good. And then? And then? They also demanded separation of legislature from executive. Separation of legislature from executive. They wanted a separate legislative body. Because in India, this Governor General's Executive Council was performing both the functions, legislature and executive. There was no check on the executive. You know about this doctrine of checks and balances, separation of powers and all. There was no check on executive. There was nobody to question the Governor General and his Executive Council. Whatever they did was final, done and dusted. So, these were the educated people. They looked at how the things were happening in England. There was legislature and there was executive. Therefore, they thought we will emulate that in India. So, what they demanded was the first thing, separation of legislature and executive. They wanted setting up of a separate legislative body. Second thing, increasing the political representation of Indians. Third thing, abolition of taxes like salt tax, abolition of taxes like salt tax, stamp duties. They thought these are unjust. So they wanted these things to be abolished. Next point, promotion to the establishment of indigenous industries. Promotion to the establishment of indigenous industries. Okay. So they understood that there is a lot of unemployment in India which is leading to poverty, backwardness, so import dependency, etc. So to eliminate or solve all these things, we have to establish industries in India. And also, if Britishers allow us to establish indigenous industries, who has the money or influence to establish it? It is these people. They have the money and the influence to establish the modern industries. So again, a class interest perspective comes into play, but whatever they demanded, it was progressive at that time. India needed some modern industries. They demanded a good thing. Whether Britishers allowed it or not, that's a different story. But after 1850s, you can see the rise of modern industries in India. After 1850s, you can see the rise of modern industries in India. Small units and all, it started. So it was their demand. Okay. And then the next organization, right on. London India Society, 1865. London India Society, 1865. And I forgot one important point. This British Indian Association, it had two different branches, one in Madras and also in Bombay. It had two branches, Madras and Bombay. Okay. London India Society, 1865, established by Firoz Shah Mehta, Syed Badruddin Tayyabji, Syed Badruddin Tayyabji. You know him, right? The first Muslim to preside INC. Okay. There are other things about him which I'll let you know. But now, Syed Badruddin Tayyabji, W.C. Banerjee, and there was Manmohan Ghosh. Okay. So this organization, where was it founded? Any idea? Very good. Name itself says. Okay. Formed in London. Okay. Their main objective was to formulate and consolidate Indian demands and grievances. Formulate and consolidate Indian demands and grievances. Fine. Who rules us? Britishers. All these acts and policies, let's say the Indian Council Act of 1861, Indian Council Act of 1892, Vernacular Press Act, all these acts and policies, where was it designed? In England. So the actual rulers, they stay in England. For them to design the policy, for them to formulate the policy, they need to know about the true conditions of India. So who will spread that? Who will enlighten them about the true conditions and demands of Indians? They thought it is our duty. Therefore they established London India Society and they started formulating and consolidating the demands and grievances of Indians. They started submitting it to the Britishers. Sir, when you are formulating the policy for India, please have a look at this before doing it. So they started doing this. They thought it is their duty and responsibility to enlighten the British rulers, keep them informed about the true conditions of India. Okay. Second thing, they also wanted to counter the misrepresentation of Indians in England. Misrepresentation. Misrepresentation against Indians and India in British press. Fine. So there was a lot of propaganda to defame India. That India is a land of snake charmers, barbarians, fine, illiterates, uncivilized. So there was a lot of propaganda against India and Indians. They wanted to counter it and they wanted to give a true picture of India to the British public and also the parliamentarians, the elite ruling class and all. They wanted to give a true picture. So they thought it is their duty. And 1 year later, this organization got merged into a very famous organization founded by Dadabhai Nauroji. What is it? British Indian. East India Association. These kind of things will help you to lose not just 0.66 but 2.66. You knew the answer. You already had 2 marks in your pocket. But you wanted to answer it first on the face of it. In that sense of urgency, you made a blunder. And see, if you have this notion that I should be able to jump into answering at the first, I should be the first one to answer, do not have that sense. Fine. Because the OMR machine doesn't have any technology to understand how many seconds or minutes you took to fill that block. So what it cares is only about the right answers. It doesn't care how many seconds you took or how many minutes you took when you marked. It doesn't care. Only thing it cares is whether it is right or wrong. So don't be in haste to answer such questions. These are the low hanging fruits. You already knew it, so you should not be committing any mistakes. That's what I told. There will be 30 to 35 easily gettable questions. So one mistake in this can falter your chances of clearing the prelims. So do not be in haste. Read every question and the statement once or twice. Don't assume anything. Fine. So a lot of things. Don't do that. Read everything and then make an informed decision. Okay. East India Association 1866. So what was the objective of this organization? Criticism, only criticism. Yes, again, educating the British public about the true conditions of India. It is not just about criticism. Fine. So it is also about voicing the grievances of India and Indians in the British press. Dadabhai Naoroji and these educated Indians, they started writing articles in British newspaper about India and Indians. Fine. And then demanding the reforms. Demanding the reforms. Demanding the reforms. Fine. So this is a very important organization. Later, branches of this organization was also established in India, especially Bombay, Madras. Okay. So the next organization, Poona Sarvajanik Sabha, 1867 or 1870, both are fine. 1867 or 1870. They say it was established in 1867, but it got popular, or it expanded after 1870. So, who is the main founder of this organization? Mahadev Govind Ranade. M.G. Ranade or Mahadev Govind Ranade. Okay. So, what was the famous contribution of Mahadev Govind Ranade to the Indian national movement? Head on. First point. He was the mentor of Gopal Krishna Gokhale. Mentor of Gopal Krishna Gokhale. Economic critic of colonialism. Economic critic of colonialism. Economic critic. So he wrote something called as Essay on Indian Economics. He wrote series of essays called as Essays on Indian Economy. Okay. Where he advocated establishment of modern industries. Advocated the establishment of modern industries. And he wrote a book called as Rise of Maratha Power. Rise of Maratha Power. So he edited various newspapers like Bombay. Edited various newspapers like Bombay. Hindu Prakash. Not Hindu, it is Hindu. No H. Hindu Prakash. Okay. And he also played a very important role in establishing Indian Social Conference. Indian Social Conference. What is Indian Social Conference? Write down. Established in 1887, 1887. Where did the session happen in 1887? Madras session. Who was the president? Syed Badruddin Tayyabji. It was established during the Madras session of INC 1887, presided by Syed Badruddin Tayyabji. So this was the social reforms wing of INC. Social reforms wing of INC. See, INC was a political organization. They did not talk about the social problems in India, untouchability, widow remarriage, all these things they did not talk about it. Fine. They were mainly emphasizing on the political issues. So, but somebody has to take up the social issues also, create awareness and awakening about the social issues. So, who will do that? For that sake, Mahadev Govindanade established Indian Social Conference within INC. Fine. Every year, you all know that there used to be annual session of INC every year in the month of December. Starting from 1885 December, it started. So every year, after the INC session, INC annual session, at the same place and at the same venue, Indian Social Conference session also used to happen. Following the annual session of INC, Indian Social Conference also used to conduct their session. There they used to discuss about various social issues plaguing India. And one very important thing was pledge movement. Excuse me. Pledge movement. So what is pledge movement? The members will take the oath against child marriage. They will take the oath that they will never allow never promote or indulge in the practice of child marriage. Okay. Fine. So as long as Mahadev Govindanade was alive, this Indian Social Conference carried on its activities. After his demise, it also got sidelined. Okay. So it was not very active, Indian Social Conference, after the end of Mahadev Govind Ranade. And he was also the member of Widow Remarriage Association. Sorry, the co-founder of Widow Remarriage Association and member of Prarthana Samaj. Co-founder of Widow Remarriage Association and the member of Prarthana Samaj. And there were two other co-founders of Poona Sarvajanik Sabha. Fine. One is Gopal Vasudev Joshi. Another one is S.H. Chiplankar. Gopal Vasudev Joshi and S.H. Chiplankar. Okay. Vishnu Shastri, sorry, V.S. Chiplankar, Vishnu Shastri Chiplankar, sorry. V.S. Chiplankar. Okay. So this Gopal Vasudev Joshi, he was the advocate of Vasudev Balwant Phadke, the leader of Ramosi uprisings. The event which is considered as the first, organized armed revolt against the Britishers in the post 1857 era. Fine. Vasudev Balwant Phadke. He was the lawyer of Vasudev Balwant Phadke, the leader of Ramosi uprisings. Okay. Ramosi uprisings. Fine. And then this Mahadev Govind Ranade reminds me of a lady called as Ramabai Ranade. Right now, Ramabai Ranade. What do you know about her? Ramabai Ranade. See, Indian Social Conference is not about social service. It is about social reforms. There is a plethora of difference between social service and social reform. Understood? So, don't go by the nomenclature. Okay. So,
Not sure, sir, but must she help a widow?
yes, she played a very, she established something called as Seva Sadan. Seva Sadan. Seva Sadan. Okay. So the main ambition of Seva Sadan was to rescue and help the widows. Seva Sadan. Okay. And there was one very important person associated with Seva Sadan. Behramji Malabari. Behramji Malabari. Okay. So, who is this Behramji Malabari? Any idea? He was a poet. He was a poet. And his poems were appreciated by Max Muller and Florence Nightingale. His poems were appreciated by Max Muller of Germany and Florence Nightingale. Okay? Florence Nightingale. Okay, the pronunciation. Fine. Florence Nightingale. And there is one very important thing about him, is that he supported Rakmabai in her case. Fine. He supported Rakmabai. It is about conjugal rights of women. He supported Rakmabai in her case. And this Rakmabai case is what led to the introduction of Criminal Law Amendment Act of 1885. Write down. Criminal Law Amendment Act of 1885 and Age of Consent Act of 1891. Age of Consent Act of 1891. Age of Consent. Fine. And he was also a very multifaceted personality. He was a social reformer, he was a poet, and he was also a journalist. He was also a journalist. He edited a newspaper called as Indian Spectator. Edited newspaper Indian Spectator, and it got merged into Voice of India. And it got merged into Voice of India. So, who was the founder and editor of Voice of India? Dadabhai Nauroji. Voice of India. Okay. And let's continue with Ramabai Ranade. The Seva Sadan point took us to all these things. Now coming back to the second point about Ramabai Ranade. She established first girls high school in Poona. First girls high school in Poona. Okay. So she served as the chairperson or the president of first Indian Women's Conference in 1904. Chairperson of first Indian Women's Conference in 1904. Okay. And Seva Sadan, there was one very important objective. It was the training home of nurses. These widows and destitutes, they were trained in nursing. training home of nurses. Fine. Whenever a widow comes to them seeking shelter, food or any such thing, they would make her self-sufficient by training her in nursing activities. Okay, it was a training ground of nurses. Fine. So Dadi. Understood. So the next organization, please write down. Indian League. Indian League. 1875 by Sisir Kumar Ghosh, very good. And then Motilal Ghosh. Sisir Kumar Ghosh, Motilal Ghosh. Okay. So this Sisir Kumar Ghosh and Motilal Ghosh also published a newspaper. What was it? Amrit Bazar Patrika. Amrit Bazar Patrika. Amrit Bazar Patrika. Okay. And Sisir Kumar Ghosh also wrote a book called as Lord Gauranga. Book called as Lord Gauranga. It is a book on Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And was also the part of Shanti Niketan. Sisir Kumar Ghosh was also the part of Shanti Niketan. Who established it? Rabindranath Tagore. Okay. And there is one more organization, Indian Society of Oriental Arts. Indian Society of Oriental Arts. Indian Society of Oriental Arts. It is designed on the lines of Shanti Niketan. Indian Society of Oriental Arts, designed on the lines of Shanti Niketan. So what is the basic objective of Shanti Niketan? Reviving and promoting the Indian culture, the art forms, all these things, visual arts, performing arts, all these things. So Indian Society of Oriental Arts, designed on the lines of Shanti Niketan. Second point, to promote nationalistic art and literature. To promote nationalistic art and literature. Okay. And the founder was Abanindranath Tagore. Founder was Abanindranath Tagore. See, Shanti Niketan, Rabindranath Tagore, Indian Society of Oriental Arts, Abanindranath Tagore. Spelling is on the board if you wish to. Abanindra. Okay. You are prone to get confused in such kind of facts, therefore I am explicitly dictating it to you. Okay. So now, and we forgot one more important thing. What is the objective of Poona Sarvajanik Sabha? To act as a bridge between British and Indians. Okay. So what is acting as a bridge? What do you mean by acting as a bridge between Britishers and Indians? See, Britishers, they are foreigners. They are not very familiar with Indian languages, Indian conditions, the problems of Indian people, all those things. So if you have to work towards promoting the education of Indians, if you have to work towards developing India, you should know what is the ground reality. Fine. To design any policy, you should be familiar with the ground reality. So who will help the Britishers to understand the ground reality, who will convey the Britishers about the grievances or the problems of Indians. So, it was Poona Sarvajanik Sabha. In that region, Mahadev Govindranade thought, I am going to help Britishers understand the problems of the people of my area to Britishers, so that Britishers can design the policy to alleviate their sufferings or to solve these problems or grievances. So, to act as a bridge. Fine. So, help Britishers understand the problems of Indians, and whatever Britishers respond, they will convey it to the Indians. So, this was their activity. Okay. So, what was the objective of this Indian League? Indian League. Very simple, to promote nationalism. To promote nationalism. Okay. To promote nationalism. And then the next organization, Indian Association. Indian Association. Say next for 30 minutes it is going to be boring. Next 30 minutes it is going to be boring. You will have to bear with me. After that the dictation part ends and you will get to learn something very interesting. Okay. Next 30 minutes it is going to be boring. Disclaimer. Fine. So, fine. So I have to warm you up to the possibility. So don't assume all the classes are going to be this way. This is the what do you call the factual part, and facts are always boring. Right? Can't help. You have to know it. And with reference to the prelims of 2023, facts have assumed lot more importance than it used to have earlier. Okay. So that is the reason I am dictating a lot of facts to you. You have to know them. Later we will have a quick revision of all these things so that you don't get confused. I will rush you through all these things. Okay. So Indian Association or Indian National Association. Indian Association or Indian National Association. Who are the founders? Surendranath Banerjee and Anand Mohan Bose. Which year? 1876. Indian League 1875. Indian National Association 1876. Okay. After two more organizations, we will have a quick recap of everything. After covering two more organizations. What was the objective? Any idea? Yes, to establish an all India platform against the British. To establish an all India platform against British. Because there was Bengal British India Society, Poona Sarvajanik Sabha. These were operating in silos, in very specific or smaller areas. Fine. So there was no pan-India perspective or idea of all India organization. So they thought it is very much necessary to have an all India organization so that we can synergize the efforts of freedom fighters or the nationalists from different parts of country. We'll bring them to one platform. We'll fight together. Unity is the strength, that concept. They wanted to bring all of them together and fight against all of them. So from that perspective, they established this organization. So, what do you know about Surendranath Banerjee? Right on, first point. Editor of Bengali. It was a newspaper. Bengali. LEE. Okay. Second thing, cleared ICS twice. He cleared ICS twice. We are struggling to clear it once. This person cleared it twice. That too in the era where Indians were met with severe racial discrimination. So he cleared it twice. Fine. The next thing, he formed Liberals Federation of India in 1919. He formed Liberals Federation of India in 1919, and his party contested the elections of 1920, and his party contested the elections of 1920. Fine. Next point. This party also supported Swarajas to elect Vittalbhai Patel, as the first Indian president of Central Legislative Assembly. As the first Indian president, in bracket you can write speaker, Vittalbhai Patel as the first Indian president of Indian Legislative Assembly or Central Legislative Assembly. Fine. And there was one very important tradition or convention that was introduced by Vittalbhai Patel as the presiding officer of Central Legislative Assembly. He introduced one very important convention that is very prevalent till date in India. Do you know what it is? Sorry? No. He was the speaker, presiding officer. So back then they used to call him as the president. Now we have a different nomenclature, speaker. Okay, that's the reason. To clear the doubts, I told you presiding officer. Okay. So he introduced one convention. No. Pro tem speaker. No. Sorry. Polity APEC classes are over? Not yet. You have revised polity? Have you heard of this thing? What is casting vote? Whenever there is a tie, only then speaker will vote. Speaker will not vote in the first instance. He will vote only when there is a tie. So who introduced this convention in India? It was Vittalbhai Patel. He introduced the convention of casting vote. Vittalbhai Patel. Okay. See these bits and pieces, they might come in handy. That's the reason. Okay. Because a lot of our parliamentary conventions and practices, they originate from England. So we also tend to assume that this practice might have originated from England. Okay. But that is a misnomer. It was introduced in India by Vittalbhai Patel. So next point about Surendranath Banerjee. Continue. We wrote down that he was the editor of Bengali, cleared ICS twice, established Liberals Federation of India, and under Liberals Federation of India we wrote down three things. They contested the elections of 1920, where all other Indian parties boycotted, they contested. 1923 they helped Swarajas to elect Vittalbhai Patel as the first Indian speaker. It means they were in the coalition with Swarajas. Okay. And Vittalbhai Patel as a speaker introduced the convention of casting vote, that the presiding officer will not vote in the first instance, he will vote only when there is a tie, to maintain the impartiality and to maintain the sanctity of that position. Okay. So this is a very important thing. And next point, he presided the sessions of INC twice. He presided the session of INC twice. Any idea when? 1895 and 1902. 1895 Poona, 1902 Ahmedabad. 1895 Poona, 1902 Ahmedabad. Okay. And write on two other important points, less known details. In 1883, you organized National Convention. You organized National Convention. Fine. What is convention? It's a meeting of leaders coming from different parts of India. What was the objective? To establish All India organization. Fine. In 1884, the organ is the collection of national funds. 1884, organ is the collection of national funds. 1885, second national convention. Second national convention. 1886, he merged Indian Association with INC. 1886, he merged Indian Association with INC. Okay. We discussed about Indian National Association. There is one more organization, write down, National Indian Association. See this wordplay, it is important. You have to pay attention to this. Fine. National Indian Association, established by Mary Carpenter. Mary Carpenter at London. At London. Objective: to promote loyalty towards British among the Indian youth. To promote the loyalty towards British among Indian youth. Fine. So a lot of Indian youth had went to England to pursue their higher education. They were getting attracted towards nationalism. To stop them from entering into the national movement and to keep them loyal towards the Britishers, make sure that they serve the British Empire, this organization was striving towards it. Okay. So this is about National Indian Association. And now, what do you know about Anand Mohan Bose? Anand Mohan Bose. Any idea? Yes. But before that, there was Brahmo Sabha, which later went on to become Brahmo Samaj. When was it founded? 18? 28, sure. 29, 30, 15, 28, okay. Who was the founder? You all know, Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Okay. And after Raja Ram Mohan Roy passed away, after his death, it came under the control of Debendranath Tagore. Fine. So he was leading this organization in a very efficient way. They were propagating the social reforms. They were against sati. They were promoting the women education. All these things. They were doing a lot of good work with regard to awareness. They were not into radical things. They were into awareness. Because they believed that any change in the society, it has to come from within. Only then it will live long. So it is not time for the radical changes. So society has to evolve organically. So this was their belief and he was working towards it. After Raja Ram Mohan Roy, he filled his place in a very efficient way. Okay. And then there joined a person called as Keshub Chandra Sen. Keshub Chandra Sen. So he was a proponent of action. Devendranath Tagore was all about preaching, speeches, awareness, this part. And Keshub Chandra Sen was all about action. So Devendranath Tagore was preaching that child marriage is not good. And Keshub Chandra Sen, whenever he gets to know that there is a child marriage, he will attack that place along with his followers. Stop the child marriage. Whenever he gets to know that someone is performing sati, he will raid to that place along with his followers, stop the performance of sati. So he was into action. And youths are generally prone to get attracted towards whom? Devendranath Tagore or Keshav Chandra Sen? Keshav Chandra Sen, because we like action. Fine. We think that action has the potential to bring the real change in the society. Fine. So youths were attracted towards Keshav Chandra Sen. So because of Keshav Chandra Sen, the influence of Brahmo Samaj spread beyond Bengal. Fine. It spread beyond Bengal. And this difference in the ideologies led to the clash between Devendranath Tagore and Keshav Chandra Sen. That led to split in Brahmo Samaj. Split in Brahmo Samaj. Now, Adi Brahmo Samaj, fine, like how it was introduced by Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Devendranath Tagore continued to lead it, and then he led something called as Brahmo Samaj of India, Keshav Chandra Sen. So there was a split in Brahmo Samaj. Okay. So now this Brahmo Samaj of India started spreading its influence in different parts. It started becoming more and more popular, and Keshav Chandra Sen was seen as incarnation of Vishnu, Kalki avatar, one who comes on the white horse. He was considered as the Kalki avatar by his followers because he was stopping all the bad things. He was stopping all the bad things from happening. What does Kalki do? As per the scriptures, he will eliminate the adharma. So that is what he was doing. So his followers thought he is the reincarnation of Vishnu. Fine. He gained a lot of popularity, a lot of respect. Like he became kind of a guru. Fine. He was a lifelong crusader against the practice of child marriage, against the practice of sati, everything. But one event changed everything. Fine. His own daughter, 9-year-old daughter, he married her to the Raja of Cooch Bihar, the Prince of Cooch Bihar. Cooch Bihar is a region between Bihar and Bengal. Cooch Bihar. Okay. He married his own daughter to the Prince of Cooch Bihar. So when he got an opportunity, my daughter will get settled down, child marriage. Fine. So then there was split in Brahmo Samaj again. There came Sadharan Brahmo Samaj. Brahmo Samaj without God. Fine. Brahmo Samaj of India had a God, incarnation of Vishnu, Keshav Chandra Sen. Now, after he got his daughter married, then his followers revolted against him. They started something called as Sadharan Brahmo Samaj. We are common people, we are not gods. And the main founder of this Sadharan Brahmo Samaj was Anand Mohan Bose. Fine. Anand Mohan Bose. And Anand Mohan Bose is the first Indian wrangler. Is the first Indian wrangler. First Indian wrangler. See, wrangler means it's an academic achievement. Okay, a student who completed triplicate of maths trimester in one attempt. It's a very difficult academic achievement. Indians were not able to do it, and this person, he did it in his very first attempt. It was very difficult for even the British students to achieve it in the first attempt, but he did it. So, he is the first Indian wrangler. It's an academic achievement. Okay, and then the next organization, and what was the book that was written by Surendranath Banerjee?
Nation in the Making.
Very good. Nation in the Making. Nation in the Making. Okay. So, I am going to mention 5 books you have to find out the year in which it was published. You have to find out the year in which it was published. Author you already know. I want you to find out the year in which it was published. Okay. First book, Anand Math. Anand Math. You know, it is based on Sannyasi revolt, authored by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. The book where you can find our national song Vande Mataram. Okay, that is the first book when it was published. Second book, Neel Darpan, based on Indigo revolt of 1859-60, authored by Deenbandhu Mitra. Okay, it's a Bengali play, Natak. Okay, so when it was published, this was a PYQ. Neel Darpan, when it was published, it was a PYQ. Third thing, Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. Written by Dadabhai Naoroji. What is the main concept of this book? The economic critique of British rule. And it gave one very important theory. What is it? Theory of drain of wealth. And I hope you are all familiar with the 6 forms of drain. What are the constituents or the elements of drain theory? Elements of drain theory, 6 forms of drain. Any idea? 6 forms of drain. Write down. We'll find it, we'll discuss it tomorrow. Try to find out. Home charges, railways, very good. Wars, trade. Right? There are 6 things, 6 forms of drain. So find out what it is. I gave you 4, find out what 2 others are. Okay. So these are the simple things, we assume we know it. And in exam, they will give you the 7th one, they will confuse you. And 7th one seems more probable than all 6. We think this, this one is correct. I don't know whether other things are correct, but this one is correct. The wrong option will be more convincing. And that is how UPSC will frame it. Because they want to go wrong. Okay. So, this book, like it gave the concept of theory of drain of wealth. Find out when it was found, when it was published. The economic history of India. Ramesh Chandra Dutt. The economic history of India. Ramesh Chandra Dutt. Fine. The name itself, it explains the objective of the book. So it is a comparison of Indian economy before the beginning of the British rule and after the beginning of the British rule, combined with the factual analysis. Fine. How was Indian economy performing before the beginning of the British rule? What was the size of Indian economy? What was its GDP? What was its import, export? All these things. And 100 years later, what happened to India? So, this is a like factual analysis based book. It also was a very big thing at that time. Okay. So, it was not based on assumptions or it was not based on logic, it was based on facts. That provided a very important basis for extremists and moderates to demand Britishers to stop the drain of wealth. Fine. So, that is one thing. And then the book Nation in the Making. Nation in the Making by Surendranath Banerjee. Nation in the Making by Surendranath Banerjee. Fine. And Tilak authored one very famous book. What is it? Read on Geeta Rahasya. When it was published, Geeta Rahasya. Geeta Rahasya. When it was published, it is a commentary on Bhagavad Gita. Tilak wrote it when he was in jail. Yes, Mandalay jail of Myanmar, Burma. Okay, and then Hind Swaraj. Who wrote it? Mahatma Gandhi. Hind Swaraj. When it was published and why it was banned in India. Hind Swaraj. Okay, when it was published, why it was banned in India. So I have to find out all these things, because they can ask you which of the following books were published at the earliest, or arrange them in the chronological order, fine, or match the following years of publication and the books. So this is one possibility. Two things have already been asked. One, Anand Math, second one, Nil Darpan, already asked, but other books yet to be asked. And the poverty and unbreed issue in India and the economic history of India, they were published in the, like almost in the same time. There is just difference of 3 to 4 years, that's all. So it will be confusing. So if you do some preliminary research, you will find it out, straight away you will find it out. You have to remember it, that's all. Okay. This is one grey area which UPSC can exploit. Fine. So we are done with Indian National Association. Now next organization, Madras Mahajan Sabha, 1884. Madras Mahajan Sabha, 1884. Fine. So who are the founders of this organization? Again, it's a PYQ. It's a PYQ. Yes, G. Subramanya Iyer. G. Subramanya Iyer. There are different Subramanya Iyers again. There is S. Subramanya Iyer. There is G. Subramanya Iyer, is the founder of Hindu newspaper, Hindu and Swadesha Mitran. G. Subramanya Iyer. And then there is Veera Raghava Acharya. Veereshalingam Pantul is a wrong option given by UPSC to confuse you. He is not the founder. Fine. G.S. Iyer, Veera Raghava Acharya, and P. Anandacharlu. Fine. UPSC gave a wrong option, Veeresalingam Pantulu. All South Indians name, no? People thought maybe he is also the founder. Fine. They gave the status of founder to Veeresalingam Pantulu. So assumptions can like backfire in prelims. Okay, only these three are the founders. And in the margins, please write down, there is one more person called as S. Subramanya Iyer. Right? S. Subramanya Iyer. He is known as Grand Old Man of South India. Who is the Grand Old Man of India? Dadabhai Naoroji. South India? S. Subramanya Iyer. Okay. He was the honorary president of Annie Besant's version of HRL. Honorary president of Annie Besant's version of HRL. Fine. Next point. He served as a member of VEC twice. He served as a member of VEC twice. Viceroy's Executive Council. Served as the member of VEC twice. So what is VEC? Viceroy's Executive Council. Fine. So what is the genesis of the term Viceroy? How is it different from the word Governor General? Okay. We use this word, no? Governor General, Viceroy. How these terms are different? Power and authority. So what power? Specific details. Yes. Okay. We'll come to that. East India Association was established before he became the member of British Parliament. Yes, he became the member of British Parliament in 1890s, 1890, from a constituency called as Salisbury. Dadabhai Naoroji, I will come to him. There are few more details about Dadabhai Naoroji which I am yet to discuss. Once I take up the topic of moderates, there I will be discussing the contributions of Dadabhai Naoroji. We will go about it. Okay. So I will tell you like which year he became the member, which was the constituency, so what was the books he wrote, what was the newspapers he published, which all sessions he presided, overall what's his contribution to the national movement. We will discuss about all those things. Okay. So for now, we will like hold it back. What was I discussing?
Difference between Governor General and
Thank you.
Sir, Governor General sir directly report to the
Directly. This is indirectly. No, it's not like that. Okay, let's start from the very basics. Fine. So just listen and follow it. Firstly, there was a position in India. Britishers had the base or the presence in three important areas. Which were they? Bombay, Bengal and Madras. These were their three important bases in India. Okay. Let's say after 1750s till 1770s or 1780s, what was the scenario of British East India Company in these areas? Bombay, were they able to expand? Were they able to dominate? Yes or no? Who says yes along with me? No one. No supporters. Thank you, gentlemen. But we are wrong. Because they were surrounded by Marathas in all directions. Marathas were the dominant forces. They were the successors of Mughal Empire in India. So, Bombay, they could not do anything. Okay. So, they had the presence, a kind of limited presence. Their business was going on. But politically, they were unable to gain much influence and power because Marathas were dominant forces there. If you mess with Marathas, they will throw you out from India. So, they did not do anything. That enrages the Marathas. So, in Bombay, they had to keep quiet. Madras, again, in this era. Sorry? Sir, didn't get you. Continue. That was what I was doing, gentlemen. In this era, there was Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan. So, I hope you remember that during the first Anglo-Mysore War, you know what was the treaty signed? Treaty of Madras. 1769 Treaty of Madras. So, the name of the treaty is called as Treaty of Madras because Hyder Ali's son Tipu Sultan reached Madras. He was about to conquer Madras from Britishers. So that was a very important trading center for Britishers on the east coast, in the Coromandel coast, and he was about to capture it from the Britishers. So it means in Madras also they had limitations. So they were in check in Madras region by the rulers of Mysore, Tipu Sultan and Hyder Ali especially. They were keeping them in check. Okay. And what about Bengal? Do you remember something called as Battle of Plassey? Battle of Buxar? Who won? British. So after winning the Battle of Buxar, after winning Battle of Plassey, the Nawab came under their control. There was a puppet Nawab, Mir Jafar, Mir Qasim, they were the puppet Nawabs. They came under the control of Britishers. Secondly, after winning the Battle of Buxar, they got Diwani rights through Treaty of Allahabad. 1765 Treaty of Allahabad, they got Diwani rights. What is Diwani rights? Right to administer the revenue. decide the rate of revenue and collect the revenue. Decide, impose and collect the revenue. That is Diwani rights. Do they have this Diwani rights anywhere else? In Bombay or in Madras? In Bombay, if they try to, Marathas will kick them out. In Madras, they can't. Fine. So Bengal, they were very powerful, they were dominant, even Nawab was under their control. And they got this Diwani rights also. So their presence is most dominant in which area? Bengal. East India Company is making most profit in which area? Bengal. Politically also they are powerful, trade wise also they are very dominant there. So Bengal became the epicenter of the East India Company activities in India. Understood? So, and there was something called as American War of Independence. You have studied world history, no? American War of Independence. You know about Boston Tea Party and all. So because of all these things, because of resistance in America, because of 7 years war, so British East India Company met with lot of losses, lots and lots of losses. There was resistance in America, there was contraband trade, there was 7 years war, there was skirmishes in Europe also. So British East India Company made lot of losses. So this East India Company was very dominant. They were so dominant that even British parliamentarians were scared of the money power of this traders, East India Company traders. They were scared because they were influencing the parliamentarians. So parliamentarians, they cared about the sanctity of the parliament. They should not come under the influence of some wealthy rich trader. So they cared about the sanctity. Back then there were like morally upright people. Fine. So now they wanted to control East India Company. They had this ambition of controlling it. But they were not getting any opportunity because this company was powerful, wealthy. See, with money automatically comes a lot of power. They were wealthy. They were making lots of profits from trade with India, trade with America, trade with different parts of world. You know, they were making a lot of profits. They could not be controlled. But because of the 7 years war, because of the skirmishes in Europe, because of American War of Independence, so this company faced with lots and lots of losses. Their profits eroded. The shareholders, you all know, that was a public shareholding company. East India Company, British East India Company was a public shareholding company. So people started they started selling the shares. When more and more people start selling the shares, what will happen to the value of the company? Decrease. When do we sell the shares? Because we don't have confidence in the company is not performing well. So we started selling the shares. So the value of the East India Company came down very much. Fine. So they reached a situation where they required some money. They required some money to continue the trade. So in that situation, they requested the British government, boss, please give us this amount of money. We will return it back to you with interest. Now this was the opportunity the British Parliament was waiting for. They told, okay, we will give you money, but there are conditions. There are conditions. We will decide what to do and what you will not do. And as a result of this, there came something called as Regulating Act of 1773. Understood? Why and how it came into force? Fine. So British Parliament felt it as an opportunity to control East India Company and its activities. Therefore they introduced Regulating Act of 1773. And as per the Regulating Act of 1773, see, 3 important areas under their control, therefore 3 different governors. One governor in Bombay, one governor in Madras, one governor in Bengal. Now, which is the most profitable area for them? Bengal. So what they did was, the governor of Bengal was made Governor General of Bengal. Other governors, that is the governor of Bombay and Madras, were made subordinates to him. Were made subordinates to him. Understood? Got it or not? So now he got more powers. He got more powers, more authority, because Bengal was the most dominant area for them. It was the most profitable area for them. So this is what happened. And you all know Pitt's India Act, the powers and authorities were divided into Board of Control and Court of Directors. A line of separation of powers was drawn again by the British Parliament. 1793 there was one more set of charter, 1813 one more charter, 1833 one more charter. And now with every charter act, the powers of Governor General of Bengal increased. He started concentrating more and more power. Okay, and in the year 1833, Britishers, they introduced the Charter Act. Charter means it's a kind of license renewal. Every 20 years, the East India Company has to renew its license to trade with India from the British government. And whenever they go for renewal, the British government will impose certain terms and conditions. That is what we call as Charter Act. British government will say in 1813, hey, you are making so much of money, invest some money in education of Indians. So they dedicated 1 lakh rupees. They impose some conditions. Are you a trading body or administrative body? Focus on administration, man. You are completely focusing on trade and neglecting the administration. What if Indians revolt? We lose a colony. Focus on administration. We'll abolish the monopoly. Like that, they used to impose certain conditions. The British government, whenever they go for renewal, they used to impose certain conditions. This is what we call a set of charter acts. Set of charter acts. We'll come to it. Regulating Act, Pitt's India Act, Act of 1813, Act of 1833, Act of 1853. We'll cover it all together in a thematic way. We'll remember it. Okay. But now, we want the genesis of the term Governor General and Viceroy. So here, in the year 1833, as per the Charter Act of 1833, they called Governor General of Bengal as Governor General of India. This was a question in 2023. Very difficult question. Again, out of tension or out of frustration, many people have marked it wrong. Many people have marked it wrong. Fine. This is what happens when you get frustrated because of other questions. So these low hanging fruits also you'll forget to pluck it. You'll start doubting it. Maybe there is some twist, overthinking. Right? This should not happen. Okay. So he was known as Governor General of India. And who was the first Governor General of India? William Bentinck. Okay. So this is where the term Governor General of India started. And now Governor General of India, he had his executive council, set of advisors. Okay, they started ruling India, but they had kind of unchecked or unbridled powers. There was lack of oversight over the functioning of East India Company and the decisions that were made by Governor General of India. There was no checks and balances to the Governor General of India. He was exercising a lot of power and influence. And in 1840s and 1850s, late 1840s and 1850s, you might have heard about a very famous Governor General of India called as Dalhousie. Fine. See, I don't use the term, prefix Lord to these people. Fine. So because they are exploiters. They did not come to India to make us beautiful or better or develop. They came with the intention of looting India, exploiting India, therefore they don't deserve it. I don't use it. If you want, you can use it in your notes, answers and all. I don't use it. Okay. So there was this person, Dalhousie. Fine. 2013 UPSC asked a 10-marker question on him. He is the father of modern India in many ways. Explained. So I laughed at that question, but you can you'll have a lot of points to write the answer about it. But at the same time, his policies created a lot of anguish and dissatisfaction among Indians. Firstly, doctrine of lapse. The ruling class was totally unhappy. So Rani Lakshmi Bai, her land was taken away. And then you all know about Satara, Jaipur, Sambalpur. Lot of kings were unhappy. Fine. And these kings, they had marital relationship with other kings. So that made other kings also unhappy. There were many other kings who were about to inherit a son. Those kings also became unhappy. Okay. First thing, doctrine of lapse. Second thing, this Widow Remarriage Act. So the Orthodox, Indian Orthodox section became enraged against the Britishers. Who are they to, like, what do you call, infringe in our traditions and policies? Who are they? Who gave them the authority? That kind of reactions came out. Though it was a well-intentioned policy, but the reception was not very big. I mean, it was not very good because we were an Orthodox society, a traditional society. We were not in a position to take these reforms in a positive way. So we saw it as an infringement of Britishers in the Indian culture. And then at the same time there was a lot of westernization. So promotion to Christianity. So a lot of western culture was getting spread. So again the Orthodox, the reaction was same. They started resisting. So ruling class also unhappy. And at the same time, see, Britishers, they did not even tolerate these zamindars becoming powerful. They did not even like these zamindars because zamindars were accumulating a lot of money through this zamindari policy. They were becoming richer, they were becoming powerful. So Britishers thought, you know about this, no? Zamindari policy. If they collect 11 rupees, 10 rupees they have to give to British, 1 rupee it will go to zamindar. And with this 1 rupee, they were becoming richer. So Britishers thought this 1 rupee also belongs to us. It is our money, they are keeping and they are becoming richer and powerful. So what they did? They started confiscating the estates of zamindars only. Britishers thought, we are the zamindars of zamindars. They started confiscating the lands and properties of zamindars only. They were like jealous of zamindars accumulating a lot of wealth and becoming powerful. So even the landed class was unhappy, ruling class was unhappy, the common people were unhappy, the educated Indians, they were also not happy because there was a lot of racial discrimination. Indians were not allowed to appear in the competitive examination. A lot of unhappiness prevalent. The main reason for this unhappiness was policies of Dalhousie. Policies of Dalhousie. Doctrine of lapse, Widow Remarriage Act, all these things. And you all know, I need not explain you that this is the main reason for the revolt of 1857. There was a revolt. And this revolt, they might call it as a sepoy mutiny, they might try to downgrade it or suppress the intensity or the magnitude of this event. But it is true that it shook the foundations of British Empire. It shook the foundations of British Empire. So Britishers were concerned. They were able to suppress this revolt successfully, but they were concerned whether they will be able to continue their rule over India or not. Because if one more revolt or if the revolts keep on happening, they will not be able to rule this country. So they were concerned. Fine. Therefore what they did? They called a meeting of the Indian ruling class. All the kings, they called for a meeting. And in that meeting, they started hearing out their grievances. Why you people revolted or why you people are unhappy against us? And the kings gave them two very important reasons. First thing, the expansionist policies of British. You call us as friends, you call us as allies, and at the end of the day, you take away our kingdom only. Doctrine of lapse, they took away Awadh in the pretext of maladministration. They took away a lot of areas of allies only by waging the wars. For example, Sikh kingdom, Ranjit Singh was their friend, they signed a treaty of perpetual friendship, they took away the Sikh kingdom. Awadh was their ally, they gave maladministration, they took away Awadh. Doctrine of lapse, who decides? Here who is deciding who will succeed? Britishers. What is the relationship or authority to decide who will succeed in India? No authority, but still they were doing it. So first thing, expansionist policy of Britishers. Second thing, see, usually this is how the foreign relations happen. Either king will talk to another king or he will send an ambassador to talk to another king. Kings will talk to the kings or kings will send an ambassador. Fine. So this is the way the international relations happen. Even today, either Modi ji will visit a country and sign the agreement or Jai Shankar ji will go because he is the foreign affairs representative of Modi ji. So that is how it happens. Okay. That is how it happens. And once a king is always a king. Ego of the king is bigger than the king. You have to remember this. Ego of a king is bigger than the king. Whether you are a king of old Rajendra Nagar, you are a king. That is what matters. Your ego, that you belong to the blue blood, there is something called as blue blood syndrome. We have the royal blood. We are unlike the common people. We are born to rule. We have the divine authority. So that kind of mentality was there. So rulers were not happy being commanded by the governor generals. Who is governor general? Who is governor general of India? He is the topmost British official in India. East India Company. What is East India Company? A private trading company that is ruling India. Who is governor general of India? He is the leader of topmost private trading company in India. Again, he is one of the British servant only. And a British servant, a salaried employee, he is telling you whether he will rule or not, whether your son will succeed you or not. Understood? Blue blood syndrome, born to rule, divine authority, and a servant is telling them. It is not the British queen or the British king or the ruling authority who is conveying it to them. It is being conveyed by a servant, a salaried employee. Can the kings take it? Ego was hurt. They told, Guru, what is this? Huh? A servant is commanding us, servant is dictating. We cannot take this humiliation anymore. Queen Victoria, see, madam, if you have to tell us anything, tell us directly. Or send it through a ambassador. We have some dignity. Don't message us through a servant. It is kind of humiliation to us. See, you might be the queen of a very big kingdom, we might be the king of a small area, but kings. Divine authority, blue blood syndrome, all these things. Now, the British ruling class, they understood this mindset of Indian kings. They did not want any more skirmishes or revolts in India. Therefore, what they did, they arrived at a conclusion. See, earlier there was Governor General of, let's say, there was just Governor of Bengal. And in 1773, he was made Governor General of Bengal. And in 1833, he was made Governor General of India. You know this. And after the revolt of 1857, there was something called as Act of 1858. So, now the Britishers have understood this problem. First problem is the problems of Indian ruling class. Second problem is more autonomy and powers of governor generals. Their activities could not be monitored by the Britishers. Checks and balances were not there. No proper checks and balances with regard to the powers of governor generals. Now they understood, okay, the powers and authorities of the governor general is the root cause of this problem or the revolt of 1857. Therefore, what they did, in the year 1858, after the revolt, first thing what they did was, Governor General, so you all know, they abolished the rule of East India Company. They abolished the rule of East India Company. They told, we are going to directly rule India. And there was the position, Governor General of India. So what was the position? He was the topmost British official in India. He was an official, not the ruler. There is a difference. He is a salaried employee. Okay, a salaried employee. He is not a ruler. Okay. So they gave one additional function to him. From now onwards, he will be the representative of Queen or the British Crown in India. He will be the representative of British Crown in India. He will be functioning as the Governor General. Plus now he has got He has become the representative of British Queen. And both these things combined together, he got the title Viceroy. And when was this position created? 1858. Okay, this can be the next question. They asked when was the position of Governor General of India created. Now they can ask you when was the position of Viceroy created and what were the functions of Viceroy. He will act as both Governor General of India plus he will be the representative of British Crown in India. And now first problem solved, the ego issue, it's solved. Now he became the representative of Queen. He is not just a British official, he is the representative of Queen also. If British Crown wants to convey anything, she will convey it through the Viceroy. Fine. First problem solved. And the policy of expansion, that fear, it was also solved because British has told from now onwards, no expansion. End of expansionist policies, end of East India Company, and position of Viceroy was created. And Viceroy means two functions combined together. Okay. And now, again, you created the position of Viceroy, but you have to keep him under check. Because Governor General, you gave him a lot of powers. His erratic decisions led to the revolt of 1857. Now, okay, we will continue this position, but we have to maintain certain checks and balances. How to maintain that? Therefore, they created the position of Secretary of State. They created the position of Secretary of State. Which year? Again, 1858. This can also be a potential question. And Secretary of State, he will be answerable to British Crown and Parliament. British Crown and Parliament. He will be appointed by the Crown and he will be answerable to the British Parliament. And this position is nothing but is a British MP. Is a British MP who is accountable to the British Parliament with regard to Indian administration. See, today, if you have any question with regard to defense of India, you will address it to whom? Imagine you are an MP sitting in Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. You have any question with regard to defense of India, you will address it to whom? Defense Minister. Any question with regard to education? Education. Any question with regard to health? Health Minister. Similarly, in British Parliament, if you have any question with regard to India, you will address it to Secretary of State for India. So, he is kind of Minister for India. If you have any concerns, doubts about the administration of India, you can address it to Secretary of State for India. So, this position is equivalent to kind of Minister of India in England. Okay. So, he is answerable to the British Parliament with regard to Indian administration. And can one person be expert in every field? Defense, education, health, foreign relations? No. Therefore, what they did? They gave him an advisory council of 15 members. And this 15-member group, it was called as Council of India or India Office. Council of India or India Office. When was it created? 1858. Okay. See, let me give a brief recap. There were governors of Bengal, Bombay and Madras. Among them, the dominant one was Governor of Bengal. So, Regulating Act of 1773, they made Governor of Bengal as Governor General of Bengal. And in 1833, when almost entire India was under their control, they made Governor General of Bengal as Governor General of India. And the wrongful policies of Governor General of India led to the revolt of 1857. Britishers realized their mistakes. They wanted to solve the problems. Therefore, they told end of East India Company rule, end of political expansion, and then they gave an additional responsibility to Governor General, and the additional responsibility was he was a representative of British Queen. Both these functions combined together, Governor General of India plus representative of British Queen, he got the title Viceroy. Viceroy of India. But Viceroy, again, there should be suitable checks and balances. So how to have a suitable checks and balance? They established a position called as Secretary of State for India. And can one person be expert in everything? No. To advise him, they set up a 15-member advisory body called as Council of India or India Office. The salaries and allowances of the members of India Office was paid from Indian money. Fine. So in 1919 it was abolished. The salaries and allowances, salaries, pensions and allowances of the members of India Office was paid from Indians' money. In 1919 it was abolished. Okay. So who is the Secretary of State? Is a British MP. Is a British MP answerable to the British Parliament about the Indian administration and is appointed by the British Crown. Understood? So he will supervise the functions of Governor General of India. Now Governor General of India does not have the complete free hand which he used to enjoy earlier. Now he has to report to Secretary of State before making any major policy announcement. He has to consult, he has to report, he has to take the suggestion of Secretary of State. So now there is a system of checks and balance that is imposed. Understood? So this is the hierarchy, this is the genesis of different terms. So UPSC, like everything is a potential question for you. So when the office of Viceroy was established, when the office of Secretary of State was established, so what were the functions? What is Council of India or India Office? Fine. So all these things are the potential questions. All these offices were established in the year 1858. Okay. 1919 they stopped paying the Indian money to the members of India Office, and in the year 1935 this was abolished altogether. In 1935 this was abolished. In 1919 they stopped paying the salary using Indian money. Write down, besides that only write down. If you have written this chart, besides that only please write it down. 1919 they stopped paying the salaries using Indian money. 1935 they abolished this Council of India. Okay, they abolished this Council of India. Now almost all the classes are going to be live telecasted on YouTube. All my classes. I don't know about other subjects, but our series of discussions on modern India would be streamed live on YouTube. Okay. That does not mean you should not come to class. Fine. So my energy levels will depend on the strength in the class. Less strength, low energy level, less content will flow out of me. More strength, more energy levels, more and more content will flow out of me. So it depends on you people. Okay. Did you understand that concept? Any question from that? Will you be able to answer? Yes, sir. No.
Yes, sir.
That's my just yes, sir. Very simple question. Okay. Now we discussed about Madras, Mahajan, Sabha, right? Just write down. So G.S. Iyer, he also established, he published two newspapers, Hindu and Swadesha Mitran. Hindu and Swadesha Mitran. Swadesh Mitran was a Tamil newspaper. Tamil newspaper. Hindu was English, Swadesh Mitran was Tamil. Okay. Fine. So he was the supporter of the widow remarriage. G.S. Iyer, G. Subramania Iyer, write down. Supporter of widow remarriage. Fine. So he did not just support or preach, even followed it. In the year 1899, during the Bombay session, he got his widowed daughter remarried to another person. Fine. He lived like an example. Okay, he just did not just practice it. Did not just preach it. He practiced it as well. Okay, and he was against untouchability as well. Against untouchability, he wrote a lot of articles in Hindu newspaper and also in Swadesh Mitran against untouchability, especially in Swadesh Mitran. Fine, because in Tamil Nadu, the social stratification is very different. Stratification of society is very different. Okay, there is more population of this backward classes, almost 70 to 80% population of backward classes. Therefore, see, in rest of India, the reservation should not exceed 50%, but in Tamil Nadu, there is almost 67% reservation. Fine. Yes, 9th schedule again, first Constitutional Amendment Act. So, the social structure is different. So, that is the reason why he kept on fighting against the evil practice of untouchability. He was from the upper caste only, Iyer, means he was kind of Brahmin, but he had that empathy. Okay. So, the next thing, write down, P. Anandacharlu. Presided the session of INC in 1891 and co-founder of INC. He was the co-founder of INC.
Yes, sir. Precisely, yes, sir.
1891, 1891. 1891. Okay. Now the next organization, please write down. Again, what do you think is the objective of this organization? Spread nationalism in Madras region, act as a bridge in Madras region. That's all. Okay. Next one, Bombay Presidency Association. Bombay Presidency Association. Who are the founders? Firoz Shah Mehta, very good. K.T. Telang, Kashinath Telang. Syed Badruddin Tayyabji. Syed Badruddin Tayyabji. Okay. So K.T. Telang, he was the counsel of Rakhmabai, advocate, counsel. Behramji Malabari was the supporter who actively supported Rakhmabai, and this K.T. Telang was the counsel of Rakhmabai, and he was the High Court judge. Member of Hunter Commission on Education. Okay. He was a Indologist. Means one who studies about Indian culture, literature, folk, everything. So the academic study of Indian culture, literature, all these things, it is together known as Indology. Okay. And then he translated Bhagavad Gita to English. See, UPSC can give you questions like this. Earlier they had asked one question. Which of the following persons authored the biography of Mazani, Shivaji? So Lala Lajpat Rai was the answer. Similarly, they can give you one more question. Which of the following persons translated Bhagavad Gita into English, wrote commentary on Mudra Rakshasa? So that can be a possible question. Okay. So K.T. Telang was a multifaceted person. He was a lawyer, started career as a lawyer. He went on to become the judge of Madras High Court. He was the counsel of Rakhmabai. Fine. He was a supporter of the social reforms, especially the women empowerment. And he was also a literary person. He was also a scholar. He was an Indologist, and he also translated Bhagavad Gita to English. And he wrote a commentary on Mudra Rakshasa. Who wrote this? Vishaka Datta. Mudra Rakshasa, Vishaka Datta. So what is the theme of this book? Yes, the establishment of Mauryan Empire by Chandragupta Maurya and Chanakya. So that story is the crux of Mudra Rakshasa. Okay. So after his retirement as the judge, he was appointed as the member of Bombay Legislative Council. He is also served as the member of Bombay Legislative Council. See, he was a very multifaceted person. Okay. Syed Badruddin Tayyabji. Syed Badruddin Tayyabji. You already know that he played a very prominent role in the establishment of London India Society, Indian National Congress. Fine. Critical role in the establishment of INC and London India Society. And he was the first Indian Muslim to preside INC, 1887 Madras. First Indian Muslim to preside INC. And first Indian to be the CJ, Chief Justice of a High Court, Bombay High Court. First Indian to be the CJ of High Court. First Indian Muslim both. First Indian and first Indian Muslim. Okay. Chief Justice of Bombay High Court. Okay. So Firoz Shah Mehta we will discuss later. When we take up the topic of moderates, we will discuss about Firoz Shah Mehta, Dadabhai Naoroji, Gopal Krishna Gokhale, all these persons in detail. Okay. So now the next point, Bombay Presidency Association. Bombay Presidency Association hosted the first session of INC. Hosted the first session of INC. In Gokuldas Tejpal Sanskrit College. In Gokuldas Tejpal Sanskrit College. Okay. So later they also merged with it, INC. When was Bombay Presidency Association established? 1885. 1885. Before INC only. Okay. And 1885 December, INC was formed. Okay. And there are a lot of other organizations that was formed after 1885, like United Patriotic Association. Fine. United Patriotic Association. What do you know about it? Write down. United Patriotic Association, 1888. It was formed in the year 1888. The founders, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. He is known for Aligarh movement, and he was one of the main founders of Aligarh Muslim University. What is the objective of Aligarh movement? To promote the modern Western education among the Muslim masses. Promote modern Western education among the Muslim masses. Who funded the formation of Aligarh Muslim University? Britishers. British funded. Okay. Aligarh Muslim University. And along with Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, there was one more person, Raja Shiv Prasad of Banaras. Raja Shiva Prasad of Banaras. Varanasi. Okay. Two different persons, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan and Raja Shiv Prasad of Banaras. Objective? To counter the policies of INC. To counter the policies of INC. Okay. So there are other political parties as well. There will be one handout about this. So later there will be Muslim League, Hindu Mahasabha, Communist Party of India, Justice Party of Madras. So all these organizations, it will be given in the form of handouts. What you have to read in these handouts? The objective, founders, year of formation. Okay. So now let us have a recap of all these things, and then we will take some break. Okay. A break. So how to read any book of history? Open it. We forget how to read, how to remember. Revision is the key. Read it multiple times. How do I remember? Because I have taken multiple batches. You are the secret for my memory. Okay. Read it multiple times so that you can remember it as well. Fine. So now the boring part is over. We will do a recap and then we will start with the formation of INC. So moderates will come. So once we finish our meeting with moderates, we will wind up today's session. Tomorrow onwards, we will start with a higher note, extremists, energy. Fine. So now the recap. The first organization, Banga Bhasha Sabha, 1836. Founders, Dwarkanath Tagore and Gauri Shankar Bhattacharya and Prasanna Kumar Thakur. Understood? 3 members. The name itself explains the objective. Promoting the education and literature in Bengali language. Banga Bhasha. Banga Bhasha means the language which they speak in Bengal, Bengali. Prakashika means publication, promotion. Sabha, organization. Okay. So 1836, 3 important persons. The main pillar is Dwarkanath Tagore, Gauri Shankar Bhattacharya and then Prasanna Kumar Thakur. 3 important names which you have to remember. And then comes Landholder Society or Zamindari Association, formed 2 years later, 1838. Dwarkanath Tagore, Raja Radhakant Deb. Very important. Okay. Raja Radhakant Deb, we studied few things about him. What were they? Dharma Sabha, Triplicane Society, Textbook Society, Tabernacle Society. So all these are, I told you to refer that PYQ, no? So if you refer PYQ, you will get to know the organizations which he formed or associated with. You will understand all these things. Okay. So he also formed something called as Dharma Sabha, which actively opposed the abolition of Sati. Okay. So that is one thing. And what was the objective of this organization, Landholder Society? Protection of class interest and expansion of Zamindari system plus representation, political representation. Because if representation is given, they would be the first choice. Next is Bengal British India Society, 1843, 5 years later. Okay. So the founders, Dwarkanath Tagore, Raja Radhakant Deb, William Adams, George Thompson. Objective? Information dissemination, first one. Second thing, good citizenship. Make Indians more loyal to Britishers. Okay. So this is the case. And next one, 1851. Both the organizations combined together. Which 2 organizations? Landlaw Society, Bengal British India Society. Who was the president? Raja Radhakant Deb. Who were the prominent members? George Thompson, William Adams. And now, will it be Dwarkanath Tagore or Debendranath Tagore? Debendranath Tagore. So Debendranath Tagore again is a multifaceted personality. He has got the social reforms angles also. He has got this political angle also. Okay. Yes. So, what is the objective of this organization? Political representation, separation of legislature and executive, abolition of taxes like salt tax, stamp duties, all these things, and then separation gone, done. Indigenous industries, and write down one more thing, reduce the salaries of the British officials. Reduce the salaries. Drain of wealth now. Reduce the salaries. So imagine their guts telling Britishers to reduce the salary of British officials under the British rule. They should be courageous. Okay. Okay. So this is the case. Next organization. It is London India Society. Firoz Shah Mehta, Syed Badruddin Tayyabji, W.C. Banerjee and Manmohan Ghose. So again, what is the idea? To spread the right information about India among the Britishers. Fine. Convey our demands and grievances to the British parliamentarians or the British public. So later this organization, which was formed in 1865, was merged into East Indian Association, established in 1866. London Indian Society merged into East Indian Association 1 year later. Who was the founder of this organization? Dadabhai Naoroji. Okay, Dadabhai Naoroji. So this organization, again, what was the objective? To educate the British public and the British administration about the true conditions of India and seek their support for reforms in India. Okay, so East India Association was established. And the next organization, Poona Sarvajanik Sabha. Who are the three important founders? M.G. Ranade, Gopal Vasudev Joshi, and then Vishnu Shastri Chiplankar. Okay, Maharashtra region. And now, what were the contributions of M.G. Ranade? Indian social reforms, Indian Social Conference, the social reforms wing of INC, established in 1887. What is the main contribution? Pledge movement. What is pledge movement? Oath against the child marriage. So he is also known as the father of Indian economics. Why? He wrote the series of essays on Indian economy. What was the main crux of this series of articles? Demanding the establishment of indigenous industries in India. He demanded the establishment of indigenous industries in India. He was an economic critic, and through his articles he demanded the establishment of indigenous industries. He criticized the British rule, British economic policies and all, but the crux was to demand the establishment of indigenous industries, modern industries in India. Fine, because once we establish the modern industries, it will create job, it will reduce the dependence on imports, so that will reduce the drain of wealth altogether. Okay, so that is one case. And then we also discussed about Ramabai Ranade, Seva Sadan, training ground for nurses, and in that context we also discussed about Behramji Malabari. So his contributions, fine, multifaceted personality he was a poet, social reformer, and he was also a nationalist. So we discussed about him. We also discussed about Ramabai Ranade. So her contribution to the women's movement in India, first girls high school, and then first president of Indians Women Conference. So all these things. And then we switched over to the next organization, and it was Indian League, Shishir Kumar Ghosh and Motilal Ghosh. Okay, so Shishir Kumar Ghosh, we understood, he was also the part of Shanti Niketan. Okay, they together published one newspaper called as Amrit Bazar Patrika, which was a nationalist newspaper and a very famous newspaper in the Bengal region. Okay, so that organization, it wanted to promote nationalism. And the next organization was Indian Association 1876, established by Anand Mohan Bose and Surendranath Banerjee. What was the objective? To establish an all India organization against the Britishers in India. We discussed about both Anand Mohan Bose and Surendranath Banerjee. Anand Mohan Bose, Wrangler, and he was also the founder of Sadharan Brahmo Samaj, and we also discussed the genesis of Sadharan Brahmo Samaj, the various wings of Brahmo Samaj. So we discussed all those things, the evolution and the timeline. Okay, and we also discussed about Surendranath Banerjee, served as the president of INC twice, cleared the ICS exam twice, published the newspaper Bengali, wrote the book The Nation in the Making, established Liberals Federation of India. Fine. So with context of Liberals Federation of India, we covered other two facts. They contested the elections of 1920. They also supported Swarajas in electing Vittalbhai Patel as the speaker, and Vittalbhai Patel is very famous for introducing the convention of casting vote. Okay, So that is one thing. And with regard to Surendranath Banerjee, we also discussed 3 more points. 1883 first convention, 1884 national fund, 1885 second national convention, 1886 merged with INC. Fine, because I understood this organization will become ineffective because INC is also All India platform with the support of Britishers. So this organization no support of Britishers, it will become ineffective, therefore he merged it with INC only. Okay. The next organization which we discussed was Madras Mahajan Sabha. Madras Mahajan Sabha. 3 important founders, Veera Raghavacharya, G. Subramanya Iyer and P. Anandacharlu. See, it is Veera Raghavacharya. Fine. In 1920 you will find his brother Vijaya Raghavacharya, the president of Nagpur session. Write down in the margins or wherever. 1920 Vijaya Raghavacharya. Vijaya Raghava Acharya served as presided Nagpur session of INC. So that session is very important for changing the constitution of INC. We will discuss it, that historic session we will discuss later when we discuss NCM and all. Or like my plan is to take up all the sessions, important sessions together as one theme. Fine. So starting from the session of 1885 till 1946, whatever the important sessions are there, we will take up them all together as one theme. Themes, the sessions. What was the important resolution passed, who was the president, all these things we will discuss. Okay. So the next thing, it is about Governor General and Viceroy. I hope like you got the genesis of the term, the meanings, when it was established, all these things. The next thing which we discussed was Bombay Presidency Association, K.T. Telang, Syed Badruddin Tayyabji and Firoz Shah Mehta. Firoz Shah Mehta I will let you know later along with the moderates, but for now you know about all these things. It was established in the year 1885, it asked as the first session of INC. And next we discussed about United Patriotic Association 1888, Syed Badruddin, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan and also Raja Shiv Prasad of Banaras. Okay. The objective was to oppose the policies of INC. So this is what we have discussed till now. So what's the time? 6:15, break till 6:30. Fine. So we'll resume until we complete moderates, we'll continue. Okay. So tomorrow what time the session is going to start? Any idea? No idea. Even I don't have any idea. Maybe? It will start early. 11 to 5. Economics class.
No sir, it's over.
It's over. Don't worry. When I am here, I will take care. Okay. So we'll meet after the break, 6:30. Handouts will be posted. Officially confirmed. I just requested. It will be posted. Wait. Today I am not asking you to refer to any handouts. Fine. See, what is more important to you, the classes or handouts? If you just stroll through the street now, you will get at least 10 to 15 versions of modern Indian history. Right? Handouts or the content, ready-made content is available everywhere. Give primary emphasis on the classes. This misplaced priorities can backfire. Okay? So whatever handouts I have promised, I will deliver. It is already ready. Thing is, we have to find the right platform to post it, whether on YouTube or on the Telegram channel. They'll sort it out and they'll upload it. Don't worry. You won't miss any. Okay? And now, INC. That is our topic of discussion. So when was it founded? 1885 December. Okay. And there are two theories regarding the formation of INC. Theory of safety wall. Who gave it? Lala Lajpat Rai. What is safety wall theory? See, there was more dissatisfaction against the British rule in India because of the policies of Lytton. Policies of Viceroy Lytton. So what were the policies? The policies of Viceroy Lytton. First thing, we will take it one by one. He organized something called as Royal Darbar. During what time? During the times of famine. People were suffering, they were starving. On the other hand, they spent millions of Indians' money on organizing a ceremonial function where Queen Victoria was given the title Empress of India. She assumed the title Empress of India. So to organize that ceremony, they invited the ruling classes from entire India, those who are loyal to Britishers, all the VIPs, VVIPs invited to Calcutta. There, fine. They enjoyed using our money. So this was one thing that hurt us. So imagine if there was famine in England, they would have used the money to help the people. But in India, they did not care. So this was the thing. And during the famine, they also sent our soldiers and used our resources to fight the war and expand their empire. Second Anglo-Afghan War. Fine. When there is famine, you should focus on providing the relief to the people, but this is what they did. And next thing, when these things were criticized by the newspapers, he imposed something called as Vernacular Press Act. Vernacular Press Act. So as per the Vernacular Press Act, it introduced censorship of newspapers. It means before releasing it to the public, you have to get it, verified or cross-checked by the British authority, and it is applicable to vernacular language newspapers. And if you do not adhere to the norms of this act, they can cancel the registration of your newspaper, they can impose the penalty, and sometimes it can also go up to the extent of detention. Confiscation of press assets, cancellation of license, and sometimes the editor can also be arrested. Okay, this is also a possibility. If you publish something radical against the Britishers, you can be arrested also. And then there was something called as Arms Act. Indians are not supposed to carry the unlicensed arms. Indians are not supposed to carry the unlicensed arms. If you have to carry the arms, you need to have a license. Right? Why they brought this? Because they were scared of Indians. Indians have become angry against the Britishers. Imagine a Britisher going by. Imagine you are a carpenter carrying an axe. You looked at Britisher. You became angry. There are a lot of possibilities about what you can do. Therefore, what they did? They told you can carry the arms only if you have the license. So this was one thing. And then he also reduced the age of entry of Indians into civil services from 21 to 19 years. (21 to 19 years). Okay, fine. So that will virtually eliminate Indians from entering into civil service only, because at what age you will become graduate? 21. But what is the maximum age of entry? 19 years. And what is the basic minimum qualification to appear in civil service examination? You should be a graduate. You graduate at the age of 21. But the maximum age of entry is 19 years. So before you become eligible, you are disqualified. Understood? Before you become eligible, you are disqualified. So this was purposefully designed, deliberately designed to keep Indians away from the civil services. Understood? How many of you are eligible? As per this policy of Lytton, 19-year-old? No one. All disqualified. Okay. So this was one thing. So all these policies led to severe anger and discontent against the British rule. The situation that existed in India before 1857, such situation was getting, the situation was turning out to be so hot for Britishers in India. So the situation, the level of dissatisfaction, anger against the Britishers was reaching the pre-1857 era. Fine. So people were getting more and more discontent, more and more dissatisfied with the British rule. So if this continues, there can be one more revolt. There can be one more revolt. So Britishers wanted to eliminate the possibility of one more revolt, because revolt of 1857, they suppressed it after a lot of circus, after putting up a lot of efforts. They did not want one more revolt in India. So now they understood the problems of Indians. They called the important leaders, they asked them, okay, why Indians are angry against us, why the discontent is increasing, why dissatisfaction is like going out of bounds. So the Indian leadership, these people, the enlightened Indians, Mahadev Govindanade, Syed Badruddin Tayebji, all of them, they told Britishers, sir, first thing, nobody is there to hear our problems. Nobody is there to know our problems. Nobody is asking the common masses, what is your problem? Nobody is trying to solve their problems. There is no grievance redressal mechanism. We have a lot of problems, but nobody listens to us. Nobody tries to solve them. So now, Britishers understood, okay, we have to do something to listen to the masses. At least masses should feel that there is someone who is at least listening to them. See, Britishers knew this, that Indians are emotional beings, emotional fools. See, we don't want the problems to be solved. We want our problems to be heard. If somebody hears our problem, that's more than enough for us. Sense of satisfaction, soul satisfied, that's all. You need not solve it. Just listen to it. I just want to let it out. So Britishers, they understood, okay, we will listen to the problems of Indians. For that, they established INC. So this is what is called as theory of safety valve. Imagine this is a pressure cooker. Fine. Now imagine if there is no safety valve, what will happen to the cooker if you keep on heating it? It will get blast. So now imagine these are the flames. Arms Act, Vernacular Press Act, Royal Darbar, Anglo-Afghan War, this reducing the age of entry into civil services. These are the flames that are heating up the system. And if there is no safety valve, it will get blast. Blast means it will take the form of revolt. How to stop the revolt? By introducing a safety valve. Fine. You should allow Indians to vent out their pressure. At least they should be able to express their problems, grievances. So for that they established INC. This is known as theory of safety wall. Okay, there is one more background story. See, Surendranath Banerjee wanted to establish the organization, but he was more nationalistic. So Britishers thought, if Surendranath Banerjee succeeds in establishing an all India organization, then it is also going to be a problem for Britishers, because this organization will be more nationalistic, and if it starts working against the Britishers, it is going to create problems for them. Therefore, at that point of time, one more retired civil servant called as Evo Hume, he understood the situation. He gave a plausible solution to the Britishers. Sir, we will establish one organization. Before Surendranath Banerjee only, he is working, he is like conducted the first national convention. He has got the fund also. He is organizing the second national convention. He will set up an organization. If he sets up, the nationalists will join it. They will create problem for us. Before he creates only, we will only create Indian National Congress. Allow me to create. So he was a retired civil servant. Evo Hume. Retired civil servant means he has served the British Empire for more than 30-35 years. So the loyalty is in his blood. So if he establishes an organization, Britishers will be able to easily control it. Okay. So Evo Hume took the support of Dadabhai Nauroji, Deen Shah Edulji Wacha. So all the prominent Indian intellectual leaders, he took the support of all of them, and he established INC as the safety wall. Okay. This safety wall theory was given by Lala Lajpat Rai. This theory was given by Lala Lajpat Rai. He told INC is not there to fight for the Indian national movement. It was a safety wall set up by the Britishers to to distract Indians or to divert Indians. So Lala Lajpat Rai only told this. Okay. So there is one more theory called as theory of lightning conductor. It was given by Gopal Krishna Gokhale. Gopal Krishna Gokhale. So now comes this question. I told you that Evo Hume was supported by the Indian leaders like Dadabhai Nauroji, Deen Shah Edulji Wacha, etc. Did they not know that Britishers are trying to use them as safety wall? Were they so innocent that they were not aware of the intentions of Britishers? Or let's say, even if they were aware of the intentions of Britishers, that Britishers are going to use us as safety wall, why did they join? Despite knowing the intentions of Britishers to use them as a safety wall, why did they join? Any thought? Do you think they did not know? Are they so innocent? Are they illiterates?
They'll get a platform.
Yeah, first thing they'll get a platform, and then
United voice.
not necessarily. Main and the important thing is, see, they knew that Britishers are going to use them as a safety wall. At the same time, they have seen what Britishers did to Surendranath Banerjee. They disrupted his efforts to establish an all India organization. Now imagine if Dadabhai Nauroji wants to establish an organization, will Britishers allow it? No. If Evo Hume, let's say if Deen Shah Edulji Wacha wants to establish an organization, will Britishers allow it? No. They will do something to derail their efforts or stop their efforts. Britishers are themselves establishing the organization. So they thought, we'll join it. Evo Hume, already retired civil servant. For how many more years he is going to live? Already retired. And once he is gone, who will control INC? First thing. Secondly, using INC, see, they want to use us as a safety wall. So they want to use INC and Evo Hume as the lightning conductor. So in the disguise of listening to the masses, see, what is the basis of INC? They want the leaders to listen to the masses and convey the problems to the Britishers. So in the disguise of listening to the masses, we will educate the masses about nationalism. While listening to the problems of the masses, we will also educate them about nationalism. So it will give us the platform as well. So because of these two reasons, they joined INC, and this is known as the theory of lightning conductor. Okay. So these two theories, they are the main theories regarding the formation of INC. Which theory do you think is right? Safety valve or lightning conductor? Both. Britishers wanted to establish it as the safety valve and we used it as the lightning conductor. So both theories are right only. Okay. So now the first group of leaders who dominated INC, they are known as moderates. Did they call themselves as moderates or did we give them the name? We gave them. Okay. So the period between 1885 till 1905, it is the moderate phase, and moderates, their philosophy or ideology, you already know it. What is it? Prayer, petition, protest. Prayer, petition and protest. Now add two more, that's all. Their intent was to politically educate the masses. Politically educate the masses. Their another intent was to have political connection with British. Why political connection with British matters? To get reforms. Fine. If you have very good connection with the Britishers, you can demand them to give certain reforms. If you are on the good side, your demands might get addressed. Fine. So this is their philosophy. And why they followed this philosophy? Why not something else? Why they did not take up the arms against the Britishers?
Masses are not in their favor.
Yes, masses, they were not enlightened, illiterate masses, not nationalistic. And then? Okay, let me give you the reasons. First thing, national movement is still in the stage of infancy. It is like a newborn kid. It cannot defend itself or fight against a big empire like British, who are controlling more than 24 of countries. So you cannot fight up to them. You cannot live up to them. Imagine how many delegates joined the first session of INC. How many of them participated? 72. Do you think these 72 people can fight against the Britishers holding AK-47s? No. Britishers will crush them. Will suppress them. It is of no use. So they wanted to build the national movement organically. Okay. First thing, national movement was in the stage of infancy. They cannot stand up against the Britishers. Second thing, see, imagine, just an imaginary scenario. There is some riots, some strong disturbance in the old Rajendra Nagar region. Your parents know that you stay in old Rajendra Nagar, your classes are in old Rajendra Nagar. So imagine there is a strong disturbance, some riots that is happening in this area for some reason. Okay, and it has been telecasted in the mainstream medias also. It became very famous. Now obviously your parents will call you. What will they say to you? Stay indoors, don't go out, or will they say you go out, pelt stones? What will they say to you? Don't go out. Why? Because violence will deter the masses. The common people will be scared of violence. They will move away if they witness any violence. What happened? What happened?
I just imagined.
Just imagine. Pelting stones at what? Which building? Your owners or or any BMW? Okay. What was I telling? Okay, violence will deter the people away. So what is the best way to bring more and more people? Peace. Fine, peaceful methods will attract people, violence will deter them. Okay. Thirdly, See, if the movement is peaceful, more people can join, irrespective of the religion, irrespective of different sections of society. So it will ensure spread of nationalism to the masses. If it is peaceful, without alarming the Britishers, you can carry on your movement. If it is violent, if Britishers notice that you are carrying guns or if you are like manufacturing bombs, obviously you will be suppressed. So, if you are peaceful, you can spread nationalism in an effective way. So, these are the reasons why they adopted this moderate path. First, national movement was in the stage of infancy. Secondly, peaceful methods are acceptable to everyone. It will bring more masses, and more masses means spread of more nationalism. So, because of these policies, they took up the moderate path. Okay. So, now they took up the moderate path. Now, there is one more important reason, that is, they believed in Britishers. They believed in British. So, what shows that they believed in British? No. When will you pray? Only when you believe in God. Atheist will never pray to God. Understood? You will pray only when you believe. So they believed in Britishers, therefore they prayed Britishers. Understood? Only when you believe in God, you will put applications. Is bar prelims. Fine. Only when you believe in God, you put petitions. And imagine if your petition was rejected. Imagine you wanted IAS but you got IPS. Fine. Northeast cadre. Protest against the God. Guru, I won't come to your temple until and unless you make me an IAS home cadre. Understood? That kind of protest. So it is not showcase, pelting stones, not like that. A gentlemanly protest. Okay, we'll see. Fine. So they are like, see, these moderates, they are highly educated intellectuals, man. They are highly educated intellectuals. They studied in, they pursued their higher education in England. They are gentlemen. What they will do? See, they are the product of their education. They believe in Britishers. They are loyal to Britishers. So therefore, what they think? They think British rule is a boon to India. They have seen the developments in England. They have studied about the British political philosophies, their parliament, their greatness, their empire. So they feel, okay, Britishers are the epitome of civilization. If India is being ruled by Britishers, it is a blessing to us. They will also develop India like Canada, Australia or England. They will also eventually develop India. So what is our duty? We have to help them, because India is a diverse country. India is a very diverse country. We have lots of languages, culture, races. So it is very difficult for Britishers to understand all these things and administer us properly. So it is our moral responsibility. We will help Britishers in administering India so that they can develop India like they have developed Canada, Australia or England. So that was their assumption. Therefore, out of that assumption that British rule is a blessing to India, they started helping India. So how did they get that assumption? British rule is a blessing to India? Education. Modern Western education. So the education was designed in such a way to propagate the loyalty towards the Britishers. Understood? If you finish your schooling, by default you will end up as a loyalist of Britishers, because the syllabus will be designed in such a way. Fine. Now let me give you one famous example which I commonly give in the OGP classes. Now give me two names. Give me two names. No overthinking. No third or fourth thought. First two thoughts. You should blurt it out. Who got us independence? Hey, you are prepared. I know. Natural names. Gandhi, Chacha. Gandhi and Chacha, they got us independence. See, two Jayantis which we celebrate in every school, which we observe. Gandhi Jayanti, Chacha Jayanti. Children's Day. Fine. Bap, Chacha. They got us independence. How did you arrive at this conclusion? Textbooks, man. Textbooks. Textbooks was designed in such a way to make you think that they are the two people who got us independence. What about other side players, supporting actors? Sorry.
I would like to know how the name or Nehru came to be associated with everyone's chacha. Like, आपका भाई है तो
See, first thing, I am not very good at Hindi. Second thing, we'll discuss after the class. These philosophical things, blood relations, CSAT topic, no?
No, sir. I'm saying like Gandhi we associate as Bapu. Right?
Bapuji.
So Bapu ka bhai chacha, something like that. Is like something like this. Or
They were like brothers, no? In national movement. They fought hand in hand.
from Mahatma Gandhi ko Bapu banane ke baad.
Something like that only. See, Chacha was very fond of kids. He was very fond of kids. See, random kids, they'll call you as Chacha, not as father. They have no problem in calling you as Chacha or Mama, not as father. That notion. Okay. So that's why I told this blood relations and all CSAT topic after the class. Okay. Anyone with such doubts? Yenappa? Please make a separate video regarding see, we'll do that later. But for now, we'll focus on moderates. Okay? So what I wanted to say was, there are perceptions built into our mindset through the education system. It happens in a very systematic way. We will not even realize that it was done to us. Fine. Why do they do to us? Because today's children are tomorrow's voters. When you go to vote, when you look at the different symbols of the party, whom will you vote? The party that got us independence. Fine. That jaspa, that fire within you, that will come out while voting. And that is what they wanted. Understood? They portray them as heroes. Which party they belong to? Bapu resigned. Chacha continued. Okay. So, fine. So now, this was the thing which I wanted to establish to show that man is a product of his education. Understood? Moderates, they were English educated intellectuals, they were loyal to Britishers, they believed in British rule. Therefore, the prayer, petition, protest was in a very gentlemanly way, not like today's what they do in Jantar Mantar and all. Fine. Protest was in a very peaceful way, in a very gentlemanly way. Sir, we did not expect this from you, we are very sorry, we are going to walk out from here. That was the protest. Because they are highly educated intellectuals. Okay? They are not like the common masses. Fine. So, this is the way. And then they had a lot of demands from the Britishers. Lot of demands. You can call it as the political goals as well. First thing, very simple things. They demanded the explanation for drain of wealth. Demanded the explanation for drain of wealth. Okay. So who gave this theory? Dadabhai Naoroji. He belongs to which group in INC? Moderates. Understood? They demanded the explanation for drain of wealth. And Britishers, they responded by setting up of Welby Committee 1895. Welby Committee 1895. And there was an Indian leader, right, who gave the proof of drain of wealth to the Welby Committee. He wrote the book. He also wrote the book. Write down. Gopal Krishna Gokhale gave the proof of drain of wealth to Welby committee. He was not the member of the committee. Remember that. Gave the proof of drain of wealth to Welby committee. Full stop. It was also known as Committee on Royal Expenditure. It was also known as Committee on Royal Expenditure. Committee on Royal Expenditure. Okay. Second thing, they demanded civil liberties. Civil liberties. What is civil liberties? I mean, what are the civil liberties they demanded? Right to equality, freedom from exploitation, free and fair trial, right to equality, freedom from exploitation, free and fair trial, freedom of expression and freedom of press, freedom of expression and freedom of press. Lastly, voting rights. Was it voting rights for all? No, sir. Voting rights for intellectuals, educated Indians. Make it educated Indians. Voting rights for educated Indians only, not for the masses. They demanded voting rights, but not for all. It was not universal adult franchisee. Remember? Not universal adult franchisee. So in exam, if they give a statement that moderates demanded the voting rights for all, wrong. Moderates demanded universal adult franchisee, wrong. Fine. So they demanded voting rights, limited voting rights, only for the educated Indians. Because they thought only the educated people can make the right choice, not the illiterates. This perception got changed later, but for now it holds. Okay. So the next one, welfare demands. We are listing down the political demand, we are listing down the political goals or demands of moderates. Welfare demands. First thing, increased expenditure on education and health of Indians. Second one, reduce the expenditure on military and civil services. Next one, establish indigenous industries. Why? Employment, reduction in poverty. Okay. Establish indigenous industries. Next one, ensure the protection of Indians in different parts of British Empire. Protection of Indian interests, Indians' interests in different parts of British Empire, especially South Africa. A lot of discrimination against Indians. Okay. Therefore, now the last two demands, they assume a lot of importance. Okay. Fourth one, write down. Administrative demands. First one, reduce the drain of wealth. Reduce the drain of wealth. Second one, separate judiciary and executive. Separate judiciary and executive. Third one, you know this Article 50, right? Separation of judiciary from executive, because concentration of power can lead to abuse of power. So from that perspective, okay. Third one, Civil service reforms. Civil service reforms. Okay. Under civil service reforms, they demanded, write down. Under civil service reforms, what all they demanded? First point, Indianization of civil services. Means more representation to Indians. Indianization means more Indians in civil services. Second one, increase in the maximum age of entry. Increase in the maximum age of entry. Why? Lytton, 19 years. No Indians can enter. Okay. Next point. Simultaneous examinations. Simultaneous examinations. Okay. So, civil services, you all know, it was introduced in 1833, open competitive examination, but Indians were not allowed. After 1853, Indians were allowed. Satyendranath Tagore, first Indian. You know all these things, no? Okay. And now, but this examination was held only in England. If you want to appear in civil services, you have to go to England. So, despite you having the potential or talent or the content, it does not matter, you have to go to England. So, that was discouraging a lot of potential Indians from appearing in the civil service examination. Therefore, we demanded conduct the examination simultaneously in India also. So, this was the demand, and Britishers responded to the demand. We demanded civil service reforms, no? So, they responded to it by setting up something called as, write down, Aitchison Committee, 1886. Aitchison Committee, 1886. So, what is Aitchison Committee? Committee on Civil Service Reforms. Royal Committee on Civil Service Reforms. Okay. Now, the third assignment. What were the committees that were set up for reforming the civil services? One is Aitchison Committee. I have given it to you. There are other committees also, find out. Committees that were set up for the purpose of reforming the civil services in India. Islington. Lee. Find out. Already 3 came. This is it. Islington Committee. Which year it was set up? What were the recommendations? Aitchison Committee, I am going to give it to you now. Next one, Lee Committee. That also we are going to discuss later when we discuss about Swarajyas and all. We will discuss about Lee Committee and see if there is anything else. See if there is anything else. Okay. There is something called as excuse me, Islington Committee. So, find out about this as well. So, which year it was set up, what were its recommendation. Okay. And now, Aitchison Committee, first point, it was against simultaneous examination. It was against simultaneous examination. Next one, it supported the increase in the maximum age. It supported the demand for increase in the maximum age. It supported the demand for increase in the maximum age. Third one, the civil service system was reorganized into a 3-tier structure. Fine. Local, provincial and ICS. Local, provincial and ICS. Local means this village secretary, panchayat development officer, FDA, SDA, FDC, SDC, they will be there, no? So, LDO, in some states they call it as LDO and all. So, provincial means this Tahsildar, Assistant Commissioner. So that one, ICS means you know. Okay. So this 3-tier structure was recommended by HSN Committee on Civil Service Reforms 1886. Okay. So they can ask you a question, which of the following committees was related to civil service reforms? They will give you the names of HSN, Islington, Lee. You know about HSN, it is mentioned in every source. You know about Lee, it is also mentioned in almost all the sources, but you don't know about Islington, and this names also, this name also looks odd. Fine. Islington, lengthy name, other two names. Fine. You have heard about it, but this name you will try to eliminate. So you should be familiar. Okay. So this is one thing, and then write down all these recommendations were made by the HSN committee. Now they demanded a lot of things, but what they got was limited. So they set up this committee. This committee told, okay, 3-tier structure, plus it also recommended the increase in the maximum age. Okay. So what about simultaneous examination? Write down in the margin. In 1893, British agreed to conduct simultaneous examinations. In 1893, British agreed to conduct simultaneous examinations, but it was implemented in 1924. They agreed to conduct in 1893, but was implemented in 1924. Okay. So it took them 31 years to conduct the examination in India. Okay. So now read on the next subheading, contributions of moderates. There is one more thing, I will make you write it. One more is there. I know. Contributions of moderates. First one, Welby Committee, HSN Committee, Welby Committee, HSN Committee, Theory of Drain of Wealth, Welby Committee, HSN Committee, Theory of Drain of Wealth, increase in the maximum age of entry, into civil services to 23 years, increase in the maximum age of entry into civil services to 23 years. Okay. Lastly, Indian Council Act of 1892. Indian Council Act of 1892. Okay. So this Indian Council Act of 1892, it came as a response to the moderates' demands of legislative reforms. So now we will see what was the legislative reforms demanded by the moderates and how Britishers responded to it. Okay. So now I just want you to draw a table. Okay. So this is the basic, and based on this we will be understanding not only the Act of 1892, the Act of 1909, Act of 1919 and also the Act of 1935 as well will be based on this. So you have to remember this in order to understand all the other future constitutional developments in India effectively. Fine. So we demanded legislative reforms. So what they gave? Indian Council Act of 1892. So it was passed in 1892 but was implemented from 1893. No confusions with that. Passed in 1892 but implemented from 1893. So we are taking the date of passage. in the British Parliament. Okay. The first thing the moderates demanded was expansion of legislature. Means legislative council, legislative assembly, they wanted the expansion. Okay. Because there was something called as Indian Legislative Council, which Britishers had started in 1853. Indian Legislative Council. See, I told you no, that British Indian Association demanded the separation of legislature and executive. So Britishers told, okay, we will implement it. So they set up something called as Indian Legislative Council. But there was no Indian Senate. See, what did the organization ask? Separate. They separated. Britishers, they followed in letter and spirit. You should not blame them. So now they separated the executive and legislative functions. They established something called as ILC. So this functioned on the basis of the British parliamentary conventions and all, and this also was called as mini parliament. This was also called as mini parliament. No Indians were included. Racial arrogance. Why should we include Indians? Oh, we should sit equally along with Indians. Disgusting. That racial arrogance was there. Therefore, no representation to Indians. They thought themselves racially superior to Indians. No representation. But there was revolt of 1857. They understood, okay, arrogance is fine, but sometimes we have to set aside our ego, fine, to achieve greater things. Therefore, in 1858, they promised we will also associate Indians in the governance of India. In 1858, they promised Indian association. They promised association of Indians, means including Indians in their administration. And as per their promise, in 1861, in the Indian Council Act of 1861, what they did? They told there will be minimum 6 and maximum 12 members in ILC. Minimum 6 and maximum 12 members in ILC. It depends on the Viceroy. If you want 6 members, you want 7, it depends on Viceroy. It is totally the discretion of Viceroy. How many members will be there? It will be the discretion of Viceroy. Because all the members are nominated members only. Nomination happens by whom? Viceroy. If he wants to have just 6 members, let him have 6. If he wants to have 9, let him have 9. Right? So it was completely the discretion of Viceroy. And 2 year was the tenure. 2 year was the tenure of the members. Fine. And then they took 3 Indians. Out of this 6 to 12, there were 3 Indians. See, it's not like 3 positions were reserved for Indians. In beginning, they took 3 Indians. Okay? Maharaja of Patiala, Sir Dinakar Rao, and then Raja of Banaras. Why Maharaja of Patiala? Any idea? Not just loyal. During the revolt of 1857, he supported the Britishers. Not only supported the Britishers, he allowed the passage of British Indian Army to Delhi. Nab, Patiala and Jind, they were the critical areas. If the British army had not reached India, and if these kings had not allowed the passage of British army into Delhi, then that would have meant the end of British Empire in India. It was not the king of Patiala, Maharaja of Patiala. He not only allowed the passage of British army, he also supported them with all the logistics. He escorted them. Don't worry, I am there, come. So for that loyal service, he was made a member of ILC. And again, the Raja of Banaras, almost the same kind of support, crushing the revolt. And Sir Dinakar Rao, he was a loyalist of Britishers and he was a very scholarly person. So he was taken into assembly. This legislative council. 3 Indians were there. But do you think for a country this vast, this diverse, 3 members are sufficient to represent all of us? No. No, this was insufficient. So that is the reason. And these 3 Indians, 3 positions were not fixed for Indians. It varied. At some time there were no Indians. At some time there was only 1 Indian. So these 3 positions also not fixed for Indians. So it was the discretion of Viceroy to take how many Indians as possible. Sometimes Viceroy did not prefer any Indians at all. Sometimes they took 3 Indians, sometimes they took 2 Indians. So it depended on them. Okay, this was the case. Therefore, and again 6 to 12 for a country this big, 6 to 12, can it represent all our interests? No, not at all possible. Therefore, they told expand the legislature. Today, how many MPs we have? Gone. Those who told 545 gone. I told MPs. Parliament consists of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Forgot that fact and
543 plus 245.
almost around 800. But back then, just 6 to 12. It is grossly insufficient. So we told expand the legislature. We want more people. We want more legislators so that they can demand, they can discuss and formulate the policies to solve the problems of India. And not only more people are enough, we want more Indian representation. We want more Indian representation. Our country, no, we pay the taxes. You are ruling India. So provide more representation to Indians. And these are Western educated intellectuals. In England, they have seen this wonderful system called as elections. Every 5 years they vote, they celebrate it as victory of democracy. So these educated intellectuals have seen this process. So they told, sir, introduce elections in India also. We will also vote. Introduce elections in India also. Okay. And next thing. Budgetary reforms. See, what is budget? Don't tell me annual financial statement. It's a consolidated account of income and expenditure of the government. How much money they earn, how much money they spend. That is budget. See, in India, we pay the taxes. Britishers, they decide how to utilize the money. And Indians did not have any control over the budget. We just pay the taxes and we forget it. They used to spend it however they wanted. So Indian members, they were demanding, sir, we want the right to discuss the budget. How it is spent, how it should be spent. So we want to discuss it. And we want to see, if at all, while we were discussing, if we get any doubt, we should be in a position to ask questions to you, the finance minister. We should be able to ask. Our money, we pay the taxes. So you should allow us to ask. And then, if you don't like the allocation for any certain things, let's say they have allocated 1 crore rupees for Royal Darbar and 1 lakh rupees for education. We did not like the allocation. So you have to allow us to pass the resolution. Resolution means collective decision. You have to allow us to pass the resolution. And you have to allow us to vote on the budget. We have to decide our money, how it is being spent, we should be able to decide. So they demanded these legislative reforms. First thing, expansion of legislature. Second thing, more Indian representation. Third thing, elections. Last thing, budgetary reforms. So what in budgetary reforms? Vote to, right to discuss the budget, ask questions, vote on budget, pass resolutions. So they wanted all these things. Okay. So now, Britishers, They listen to these demands. Who is demanding it? Moderates. What is the relationship between Britishers and moderates? Loyalty. They share a very working relationship, very good relationship. When your loyalist is asking something, obviously you try to fulfill. Hey, our guy will fulfill. So these guys are loyal to Britishers. Fine. So you have to fulfill. If not completely, at least some of it. To an extent, so that they will not lose faith in you. You have to fulfill to the extent, at least they will not lose faith in you. If you completely do not respond, they will get frustrated, they will turn against you. But if they have 10 demands, fulfill 1 or 2 of them. Enough. The faith will be reinstated. Understood? This was the British strategy. And now, first thing, what was the earlier strength? 6 to 12. We wanted it to be expanded. British has told, fine, you have demanded us to expand it. We will expand. So now there will be minimum 10, maximum 16. The number can vary anywhere in between. And they told half of them would be official and half of them would be non-official. See, it is not unofficial, it is non-official. I am not making any grammatical error here. It is non-official. Okay. And we demanded Indian representation, no? So they told from now onwards, Indians can become the non-official members. Indians can become the non-official members. Okay. And they also introduced the system of indirect election, but the word election not mentioned. Then how did the election happen? See, there was university syndicates, chambers of commerce, taluk boards, district boards, all these people. So those people, they used to recommend the members to the council. Let's say for example, I want to become the member. You are the district board members, you are the chambers of commerce members, you are the university syndicate members. Now, I will request you to send a recommendation letter to the Britishers on my behalf, supporting me. So, if I get more recommendation letters, there are more chances for me to become the member. So, it is kind of indirect election. Whoever gets more recommendation, they will be taken as a member of legislative council. In reality, the election is not happening, but the process is very similar to election. Whoever gets more votes, they will be selected. Here, whoever gets more support, they will be taken. So, it is kind of indirect election. Word election was not mentioned, but whoever gets more support, more nominations or more recommendation, they will be taken. Okay. So, it is kind of indirect election. What did you ask? Election. What did you get? Indirect election. Did you ask for direct election? No. Understood? You have to remember that. And with regard to budgetary reforms, you wanted to discuss the budget now? British has told, discuss. Morning till evening. Even if you want till midnight, discuss. How much ever you want, discuss. Fine. Understood? They allowed us to discuss because they knew Indians are good at discussing things. That's an emotional thing for us. Understood? They allowed us to discuss. So, happy. Moderate celebrated, yes, we can discuss budget. Now, what was the second thing? Questions. British has told, ask. Whatever you want, ask. Whatever you want, ask. Fine. We were happy again. Now, they told, you can ask me whatever you want, but you have to accept whatever reply I give. You can ask me any question, but you cannot ask me supplementary questions. Understood? What is supplementary question? It is follow-up question. Fine. Let's say you ask me, sir, will you be completing the syllabus by Friday? Imagine you ask me that question. I will say to you, I am having hot water. Fine. What is your question? And what is my answer? Are they relevant? But still, you cannot go on to tell me, sir, what is my question and what is your answer? They are totally irrelevant. You don't have any right or authority to do that. Whatever reply I give, you have to take it, keep quiet, that's all. No supplementary question, no follow-up question. Understood? And if they are not even allowing us to ask question, will they allow us to discuss and pass the, vote and pass the resolutions? No. No voting rights and no right to pass the resolution. Discussion they allowed. Questions also they allowed, but not supplementary question. Voting and resolution they did not allow. Okay. So now what is the difference between official and non-official member? Very simple. Very simple. An official member can do all of these things. He can discuss, he can ask even the supplementary questions, he can vote, he can pass the resolution, he can do whatever he wants. Usually Britishers were the official members. And non-official member, usually it was Indians. So how many Indians can be there? 8. 5 to 8. 5 to 8 Indians can be there in the legislature. Fine. How come 5 to 8? See, the strength of legislature will be 10 to 16. Sometimes it can be 10, sometimes it can be 12, sometimes 14, sometimes 16, sometimes 13. So in that case, how many official members? Half of them. How many non-official members? Half of them. If the strength of the assembly is 10, 5 official, 5 non-official. 12, 6 official, 6 non-official. And out of 12 members, 6 will be Britishers and another 6 positions, Indians can become the non-official members. There can be Britishers, non-officials also. Maximum I am telling, maximum there can be 5 to 8 Indians. Understood? So this was the case. And non-official members, we have these limitations. We can discuss the budget, but cannot ask supplementary questions, cannot vote on the budget, cannot pass the resolution. But official member can do all of those things. They have complete power. And official membership was given only to the Britishers. And how come they become the members? Through nomination of the Viceroy. Official members were nominated by the Viceroy. Even unofficial members were also nominated based on recommendations. Understood? Almost all the members were nominated by Viceroy only. Viceroy used to select. Obviously, what kind of person you will select? Those who are against the Britishers or loyal to Britishers? Loyal to British. So most of the members were completely loyal to British only. So this was the case of Act of 1892. So you have to remember this. Okay. So now, what were the limitations of moderates? This is the last thing for the day. I know you are all tired.
So over-dependent upon Britishers to reform.
Loyal to British.
You cannot criticize the Britishers.
Loyal.
Yeah.
Loyal to British. First thing.
Not progressive to demand.
Yeah, they did not demand Swaraj or self-government. They were satisfied with the reforms to the existing system. Yeah, they were from elitist class. They did not believe in the masses. They thought Indian masses are illiterates. They cannot do anything productively. They are divided. They are illiterates. Okay? They are elitist. They did not bother about the problems of the working class, peasants, laborers, etc.
They wanted Western style of development.
Western style of development. They advocated the Western style of development. Fine. They did not demand the reforms with regard to labours and peasants, and they form 90% of society. Labours and peasants, they form 90% of society. When they were not interested in the problems of labours and peasants did not join the national movement. So national movement remained a limited national movement. Fine. They did not take it to the masses. They did not believe in the masses. And overemphasis on English. So illiterates, they cannot understand English. If it is in their mother tongue, they can understand. If it is in English, they cannot understand. So they were unable to reach more people. Okay. So they did not demand Swaraj. They were confined to the reforms. They were from elitist background. They did not talk about the problems of labours and peasants. Over dependence on English. Fine. Loyal to British. These are their limitations. Okay. So now in tomorrow's class we will be discussing about extremists, and tomorrow we will also be meeting probably Bapuji tomorrow. Okay. Towards the end of the class probably we will be able to meet Bapuji also, and tomorrow we will discuss two mass movements. Okay. So it's going to be very important tomorrow, because you all know Swadeshi movement, one of the favorite themes of UPSC. So we'll discuss all those things in tomorrow's class. Thank you all. See you all tomorrow. Fine. And I'll make sure the handouts are posted, don't worry. Thank you.